Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? We're gonna see how today goes. Let's see. See what we're gonna do today. I think the first thing we might do is make some upgrades, I think, for Cradle. Not necessarily upgrades per se, but let's put this in here. Cotton scraps. Okay, so yeah, let's make some. What do we need? We need the chest. We need legs. Cloak, chest, legs, cloak, face, shoulders, ring, boots. Okay, we got a lot of things we can make. So we'll see what we can actually make. Oh, I forgot my... I needed these. Doot. Okay, let's go see what we can make here. Kraga. Do. Uh-oh, I only have 5 minutes on my Speed of the Wild. Whatever am I going to do? Oh, Kraga is Nova. Okay. Do. A female ogre, huh? Okay, let's go in here. And then over here. And then down here. So intelligence, we could do necklace, bracers, and helm. Let me make some of these real quick. So we could make greater, necklace, helm, bracers. So we need to have, how many of these do I have? Just 2? So let's make this. And then we'll make another intelligence bracer. I think I already have an intelligence bracer on one. Necklace and helm already have one. So there's nothing else to make. There's not like a... That seems kind of poopy. You can't make, There's no, like, intelligence robe, intelligence legs. That's awful. Let's see. If we do stamina... Greater stamina on legs... I guess I could make that. Oh, mana, though. I should have made mana. Earrings. Greater mana chest. We could do that. Let's craft one of those. And then just a mana earring. We can make 2 of those. Okay, now let's just do the powder. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, man. I was hoping to get... Oh, well. I guess we can make health rings as well. Oop, I can only make 1 ring, though. All right, let's make that. Finally got into beta in the PvP server. Pray for me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I mean, I'm glad that you got in. That's a good thing. I made a few enchants. Not many, but a few that could up my game a little bit on the wizard. On the old wizard. Okay, let's put this up here, and these, and this, and this. Okay, let's go get over on the wizard. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Only managed to play a few hours. Getting the invite. People on there seem pretty chill, surprisingly. Not a lot of ganking. Yeah, there's not a lot right now. I have a theory that it's because of the majority of the players on the PvP server are actually PvE players that just want to play the game. They have no intent on PvPing whatsoever. I think that's happening quite a bit. Some people disagree with that and feel like it's just, people are just nice. And, that's a good way to look at life, I guess. I would hope that everyone would just always be nice. But in my experience in life, that is not true. But that's just my guess. I honestly have no idea. There's... Who knows? Who knows? Greater Intelligence Bracer. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. I need this one. Good morning, Seminole. How are you doing? All is going okay. That's good to hear. Good to hear. It's good when things are going okay. It's bad when they're not. We can only hope that things go okay most of the time. Oh my goodness, it's this reckless guy. My. Well, this guy has come into when I've been camping this about a bazillion times, so we're going to do the same this time. I just want to finish up getting to 55 at least. I might be able to get higher. He's a chill dude. Yeah, he's not a bad guy or anything. Yeah, I've camped here a bunch, clearly, and yeah, he's come over and just used my campfire and killed a bunch of mobs. Thing is, you can't really you can't have all these mobs. They won't. The devs will not allow it. So sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once here. Yeah, the devs won't allow you to have to like hog all these mobs over here. They'll be like, you gotta share. You gotta share with the other players. They say it just like that, too. Everybody's got to share with each other. If you don't share, then it's not nice. Sharing is caring. Even though yesterday, I was actually doing this last night, I was able to clear the entire island by myself. The entire thing. Oh, we were going to try out this thing too. This elixir today. Have a private island is frowned upon? Yeah, it is very frowned upon. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I understand what the devs are trying to do, right? I get it. But at the same time, like it should be a case-by-case basis. I got in trouble for pulling these mobs, and it continued, by the way. You guys were here the day that it happened. Because somebody said that I was kill stealing from them. Long story short, what the devs said about this particular camp is that they were roaming mobs. They didn't even understand. And this got all the way to Sean, by the way. that the reason that I was flagged for kill stealing was because I was trying to. I was what was the word they used? The word that they used. Oh shoot. Anyway, that I was basically trying to take a bunch of mobs, and they were, in fact, roaming mobs. But these are all, every mob on this island is a static mob. So they were just completely incorrect, which put a flag on my account. And that, it kind of, I don't know, some of that stuff just sits wrong with me. Is this EverQuest? It's similar to EverQuest in a lot of ways, yes. But yeah, I think that's where the problem is, in my opinion, with the GM and what's the word I'm looking for? The play nice policy is, you know, like it's not that the devs or the GMs don't know how the game functions. Is this guy just gonna use my campfire? Why didn't he have his own campfire? What the heck? It's not that they don't know how the game functions, but they, golly, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, shoot. Well, I guess we're doing 5 mobs. Because I think this is... Oh, no, we're good. But yeah, I think they need to play... I think some of the GMs need to play the game a little bit more. That's basically where I'm getting at with the whole thing that I was trying to say. I think the GMs need to play the game more and understand a little bit more of the nuances. Someone gifted you a key? Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess one of my biggest issues is like this place right here, like where we currently are. This island has all static spawns. Everything here is a static spawn. So, is it one camp? Is it multiple camps? How do they break that up? And, you know, is it based on how much you can kill? It's not, apparently. According to the play nice policy, it's not. It's basically like a tent is a camp. And it's like, okay, well, anybody that's solo can kill those. So if you have one person here soloing, or if you have a group here with a full group, how much can those two different sections or different group setups or whatever kill? That should dictate you know, what you are allowed to camp, right? What you can actually do. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like what's going on and sometimes it's like, well, if you're here with a solo and you're able to clear these, let's say 8 mobs, then that's a camp. And then if you add 5 more people to your group, nope, that's still the same camp. It's still those same 8 mobs. So I don't know. We've been asking these questions since 1999. We have been, and the problem is there's currently a play nice policy in this game that just doesn't. I mean, it kind of works, but it doesn't really work. Why don't they use FTE? Well, FTE has its own problems, right? So first to engage means whoever tags it first, which gives preference to classes with instant cast abilities. So same reason they don't do most damage done, because that also gives preference to certain classes. So it's, you know, I don't know, it's tough. It's a tough situation that they're in. And I honestly don't know how they're going to handle it and deal with it. How does it work right now? Well, there's camps. So the play nice policy currently, the way that it functions is you can own a camp, right? Unfortunately, the way that they have defined camps in this game, here we'll just look at it. Because it's easily accessible. The part of the problem is you have to go here to find it, right? Early access, or not early, community hub, policies, and then play nice policy. It assumes people have read this, first and foremost. It assumes that people have read this. But in fact, people haven't read this, or they claim to have not read this. So that's the first problem with it. But let's go down, griefing, let's see, naming, account sharing, camp definition and rules. What constitutes a camp? Indoor zones, a named mob and any mobs within line of sight of that named mob. Okay, cool. Outdoor zones, enclosed covered areas, tents, buildings, structures, etc., and known established camp areas should be respected. So known established camp areas, that's vague, right? What's known, what's not known. Otherwise, players may claim a single respawn location in an outdoor area. A single respawn location. 1. Then they say freely roaming mobs not associated with a static camp are not considered camps and cannot be claimed. So freely roaming mobs cannot be claimed. So, for this outdoor thing, enclosed covered areas, tents, buildings, structures, etc. So that means that this is a camp. And there's 2 mobs that spawn here. Then over here, this tent is a camp. 2 mobs spawn there. So how many of those am I allowed to camp? Right? I say this is like an indoor area. Named mob spawns in the middle, and anything I can see within line of sight of that named mob. So basically all of these should be a singular camp. But they're not. They, in fact, have stated, based on the rules as written, that this island can hold and have like 8 camps. Which is kind of ridiculous. So if 8 people came over here and decided to kill these mobs, you could argue that. You could be like, nope, you're not allowed to have all these mobs because it's 8 different camps. It's a huge problem. How large is a location? The entire island is a location. Yeah, but not the way that it's defined as tents, buildings, etc. That is the problem with it. So when I, in fact, got in trouble the other day, or got a talking to the other day, it was because I was able to clear this entire island by myself. I needed no additional help, and I could clear the entire island. I would determine that as a singular camp for me on the class that I was currently playing at the time. But I was told multiple times these are freely roaming mobs, which they are not, in fact. These are all static mobs. So again, incorrect. So like that's the problem with the whole play nice policy right now, is people are rule lawyering it based on exactly how it's written. Also, you could even go into something like Telekir, and because of this right here, indoor zones versus outdoor, Telekir is in fact an outdoor area, even though it seems like an indoor zone. So it would only function with this right here in mind, not this in mind. So again, flawed in its definition. These are the issues that we're having to deal with currently, because it's just the way the play nice policy is written it's not well thought out, I guess, is the best way to explain it. It is just not well thought out for different scenarios that could come up. And in fact, will and have come up. No, I'm not trying to justify the entire island as one camp because I can clear it. That's not how I'm doing it, Dream. But yes, like if a group can clear the island, right now I am a singular player able to clear the island. So what is a camp based on that singular player? Is it just one mob? Is it two mobs? Like how many mobs is it? Then if I have 3 players in a party, what it constitutes a camp for that group? Then if I have 6 players in a party, what constitutes a camp for that group? How do you define a camp that works for all group sizes? You have to do it based on how many mobs they can clear. You can't just do it based on what you can see, or you can't do it based on how the devs have designed it with putting a tent here or there. You need to have a fair and consistent way to define it, is the problem. And they do not have, in fact, a consistent way to define it. That's literally the issue. You only, according to the play nice policy, yes, you are allotted one camp or one tent. But from what I was told by the devs, these are considered free roaming mobs. Oh, entitled was the word that they used. You are not entitled to the mobs because these are freely roaming. These aren't freely roaming, period. Which is part of the gripe that I had. And I was like, because like it says right here, freely roaming mobs not associated with a static camp or considered camps cannot be claimed. That's why I got a warning on my account the other day, is because this, and I was at this particular island with 0 freely roaming mobs. Seems kind of messed up. I think that's kind of backwards. Nothing over here roams. Period. Seems like several camps on the island. If it's you and a group split several camps, I mean, you would think so, yeah. But one group can clear this entire island. One single player of the right level can clear this entire island. So why, like, so the intent in that case, right? The intent is that if you are a group or a single player that could potentially clear this entire island, you're supposed to go somewhere else. You're supposed to go somewhere that's more appropriate for your group. Unfortunately, they have made very little areas that are appropriate for a full group. They have also made this area, this island in particular, too good for disenchanting materials. So it's a problem. Like, these are all part of the problem. Seems like you're trying to encourage sharing, not domination if multiple groups are there, but it's not very well defined. It's trying to encourage sharing, but the game itself doesn't encourage sharing. That's the problem. They want this to be a group-focused, social-based MMORPG, yet... And they are fixing these, right? These are just, things that they know about, but are just taking a very long time to fix. So don't get all mad at me about it. I'm just a messenger. But the idea is that this is supposed to be a group-focused MMORPG, but if you actually group up, there's not a lot of content that you could potentially do because the devs will force you to share with other groups. And then you're getting much slower XP. You're already getting slower XP by being in a group. Now you're getting even slower XP because you're having to share because you can't pull the amount of mobs that you would need to pull to get decent XP. Unless there's no other players around. Then you can have, tons of mobs. So... Notice how concentration cancels out Seal of Magic? Did it? It didn't. It doesn't cancel out Seal of Magic. How is it canceling that out? Your revocation spells, Mark of Magic for 1 hour. Oh, it's not doing the 20% more. Let me see. Oh yeah. It's not doing the additional damage. Yeah, that's sad. That's dumb. That's definitely a bug. Let's go with... Let's go with combat and abilities, I guess. Buff debuff issue. Let's do that. What's it called? The concentration elixir. Whoops, elixir. Wow, if I can spell right. Concentration. There we go. All right, we'll just bug it that way. I don't really know what else to say about it. But we'll definitely put in a bug for it. That's weird that guy respawned. Where's his friends at? Where's your buddies? Reminds me of the Crusher Day. EverQuest is inside dungeon with open air, tons of camps, people roam, killing. Had same issues. Yeah, a lot of these games have the same issues. Like, that's the thing is, all of these issues that people are talking about in this game, they all were present in previous games. EverQuest being a notorious one for it. And it's kind of like, you know, we know these are going to be issues, so why don't we resolve them prior to them happening? You know, like let's come up with solutions. And they came up with the play nice policy, and the play nice policy is okay. You know, there's some good things about it, sure, but what's happening in my experience is it's being abused. The play nice policy is absolutely being abused. People are clearly petitioning first and trying to work things out second, which is not the intent of the play nice policy. You know, like they prefer you to chat first, you know, with other players. Be like, hey, let's see if we can work this out, etc. But unfortunately, people are not wanting to chat first. They're wanting to just invoke the play nice policy immediately if they disagree with you. So if somebody were to come over here and just start killing every single mob over here, you have no recourse whatsoever. You can't claim any of this stuff, which is silly. Solution: play on the PvP server has its own issues. PvP server does not solve any issues. Well, it can solve an issue and then instantly create a new issue, which is not a solution. Because what you get on the PvP server is people griefing you, people training you. There's no play nice policy whatsoever. It's just a straight up harassment central. Yeah, the whole thing, I don't know. Did you and Sean talk about a fix or come to an understanding? We're good now. Like, I mean, we didn't really talk about a fix. I kind of gave my piece on the whole thing. I was also a bit upset that certain actions were taken without even talking. That my biggest complaint about what happened the other day for me. It actually, some things happened off stream, and my biggest complaint was the devs didn't even consider. They didn't even talk to me. They literally didn't even talk to me. Didn't send me a tell, met nothing. And I was like, that was my biggest complaint, is they assume guilt prior to talking to anyone. So it seems to be based on whoever petitions first has benefit, or has the gets the benefit of the doubt, which is wrong in my opinion. I was annoyed because I didn't petition. I was sitting here doing my camp first, doing my thing. Somebody comes in, I think to myself, I'm going to share said camp, right? And I'm thinking, I don't really want to. I'm able to kill all these mobs myself. However, to be nice, I will share the camp. I share the camp for like 30 minutes, maybe an hour, and then supposedly I overstep. They petition me. GM assumes I'm the one at fault because I was petitioned against. I could have petitioned in the first place, you know, petition first, ask questions later kind of thing. And then I would have been the one in the right, and they would have been the one that got a warning on their account, right? It's too arbitrary of a stance. Way too arbitrary. You know, it's just like, oh, okay, cool. You did something wrong because somebody petitioned against you. It's one of those things. It's like rules as written. And I feel like people are abusing those rules as written. They're finding loopholes in it, and they're saying, okay, well, let's just play exactly based on the rules as written. But you can't. You can't do that. Not in this game. Not a big PvP myself, but I was lucky enough to gain normal access yet. Yeah. I get you. And we could talk about PvP a bunch. I've talked about it a bunch already. I think that the devs are looking at PvP server, the current PvP server, from the wrong perspective, and they're getting information based on that perspective. And yeah, I disagree with it, but. Well, yeah, some of it's not even common sense, you know. Like, common sense isn't necessarily the full issue. There is some common sense, you would think. But because people are going to rule lawyer, they kind of throw common sense out the window. But, I mean, a couple things like irritated me about this particular camp is the devs have deemed this camp a roaming camp. Which makes no sense to me. It makes zero sense. Play nice policy is not high up on their list. It's not high up on their list because they expected people to work things out. But because they have a play nice policy, people won't be willing to work things out. They're going to just go straight for the play nice policy. They're going to reference that and say, this is why you can't do what you're doing. And then they're going to petition it. Instead of what they should be doing, which is the very top of the play nice policy, core principles, respect, treat all players with dignity, fair play, you know, shared space. This is the core principle of it. They don't care about the core principle. They care about being right. So they go down to where they are right. And they specifically grab that information. This is where I am correct, including the devs, the GMs. When I got my account flagged or whatever, I was quoted this area down here. Right? And it's like, okay, well, that's great. That's all good. And sure, why not? But what about the beginning of it up here where it's shared space? Recognize that game area spawns, resources are all shared amongst all players, which is the core principle. Right? The other group wasn't wanting to share. Right? I was trying to share. They decided they didn't want to share. And here we are. Do we know when the next patch is coming? We don't. No, we don't know. It's very pedantic. It is very pedantic. See, like right now, this guy's asking if we should kill the name that spawns, right? But this guy's asking if we should kill the named if it spawns, right? But the problem with that is I've technically been camping this, right? I could claim... I could claim that I'm camping that, but a dev could come in and say, no, you have to share. Well, but I've been camping it. I've been clearing the placeholder. I'm literally camping it, you know, like that's the whole problem with it. And certain people would, in fact, do that, right? Certain people would, in fact, be like, nope, camped. And they don't want to share it with you. It's a whole thing. It's just a whole stupid thing. Really? Oh boy, server's coming down. What fun. It's rough. I used quad kite on my original wizard, later swarmed on my SK. Just had to find a deserted place where I wasn't going to cause problems. You would think island wouldn't be popular. Well, the island's popular because this island is very special. It has special drops on it. It's got special named on it. It's got all. It's a very special island. So that's why people want to come here. It's a very sought after place to camp. Again, part of the problem is itemization. They need to really look at itemization and fix it. It was supposed to be looked at by Jahar a while ago. And then, unfortunately, stuff and things happened. And Jahar started working on... oh my gosh, dude. See, now we have 3 people over here trying to clear this stuff. What level is this island? Around level 40. Yeah, it's a major choke point. How can you pick where your gate teleports you? So you get a spell called Bind Soul or Soul Bind or something. I think it's Soul Bind. That when you cast that spell on yourself, it changes your gate location. You have to rely on somebody to cast it on you, yeah. You have to get another player to do that. Which some people agree with, some people disagree with. I like it. I think that the social aspect is what's missing in MMOs these days. There's not enough of it. So I personally like the requiring for social people or for people to be social about it. I personally like that. But I understand that some people would rather have like an NPC in town do it. Don't remember seeing one. You love that? Yeah. I think it's a good idea. Yeah, there's not a soul binder in town or anything. It would be kind of nice for like non-spellcasters if they had like a soul bind person in like right outside of dungeons or certain areas. So you could bind. So a player could bind there. That would be kind of cool. Can you just cast Soul Bind at whatever area you're at to make you take you back? Yes. Yeah, so wherever you're standing, you would just go in here. Well, I don't have my book. You just go into your book. You find the Bind Soul spell. The Soul Bind right here. You cast this on yourself, and you accept. You click accept. And then, boom, you are bound to that area. That's it. I have a theory that Kunark Epics is what solidified the social aspect of MMOs. I mean, maybe. I was doing, in EverQuest 1, I was very much a social player from the very beginning. You got lost in Greater Fadark for hours? Yeah, that'll happen. Rusty Dagger? I don't know what that is. Well, I guess mobs aren't going to be spawning before the server goes down. Oh, they are spawning. So that means one should spawn right here. Hopefully. I think we got time to do this quad kite. Hopefully. But see, what's going on here now is there's so many people over here on this island right now, right? And we're kind of working together. Like we're not working against each other, right? So we're kind of working together. People aren't being jerks about it. But as soon as one bad apple comes in here, there would be a jerk about it, and they would completely ruin this camp for everybody else. Oh, shoot. We had VT rotation with POP launch. It was pretty much the same deal. Yeah, it's a whole thing. You know, it just takes one person just to be a jerk. Well, it's not about playing by the rules here. That's the problem with it, is the rules here are very, this is it. These are the rules. So the problem is that people play too closely to the rules. They don't want to. They refuse to do anything but the rules. Like, they don't want to work with you. They don't want to. They don't want to, like, say, hey, let's share, let's split the camps. They don't want to do any of that. They just want to straight up take stuff because the rules allow them to do that. How long are the servers down? Probably a quick reset, most likely. Probably not going to be down long. Let's see what they say. Additional attempt fix for Beast Lord pets resetting their level. So they're just trying to, I guess the Beast Lord's pets are still getting reset. Everyone wants to be right. They do. Everybody does want to be right. You're not wrong. You are right about everyone wanting to be right. As far as being as toxic as TLPs, well, yeah, the reason TLPs are toxic is because people already know everything prior to going into the game. So we already know where to go, what the best things are to do. We know how to do it. Like, we understand the entirety of the game, so we can just jump right in and do it. So that makes them toxic. Any recognition of where to level with a group from 30 to 60? That's a huge level range. Let's start with 30, and I would recommend the smugglers down on the beach is a good spot. Down at the bottom of the ramp in the Pyrmos village area in Fallen Pass is another good spot, around the 30s. What was the other game on Steam, like EQ Pantheon? Have you played that? And if so, how was that? It's garbage. It is hot garbage. I recommend staying as far as possible from that game. At least for right now. I've been to Grain Cellar 28 to 30. Grain Cellar is tough at that level. Yeah, there is a shared bank. 2 slots. 2 slots of shared bank. I have looked at EQ Legends. I have 0 plans to play EQ Legends because it is a MMO focused on social or on single player gameplay. And that's something that I'm just not for. I want a social based MMO. I don't want single player based MMO, which is what that game is. Yes, I do know that you can group up, and there are some things you can do with a group, etc., etc., etc. I am aware of that. But it is not built on that. I don't want a game that you can group with, because the issue is it's not a matter of can you do it, it's a matter of do people want to do it. And in a game like And in a game like EverQuest Legends, people are not going to want to group up. They're going to want to play as much solo as they can and only group up when they have to, which means that as soon as they get what they want out of a group, they're going to be gone. Just like World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is play the game solo to level up, and then queue up for dungeons, go do the dungeon, nobody talks to anybody, you clear the dungeon, you queue up again with different people, and you never actually stay in a group. I don't want that in an MMO. EverQuest Legends, I promise you, unless they completely change how they're creating that game, I promise you that game will fall apart within a month or two, strictly based on the fact that everyone can do most things by themselves. It's not a social-based MMO. I don't care how many times they try to tell you that it is not. Same thing with Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation was built on PvP. Then you had people tell you it's not PvP focused. I promise it's not this. It's not. Bull crap. That game was completely built around PvP. It won't fall apart because of that? Okay. Sure. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think that EverQuest Legends is going to last more than a few months. I really don't. I think people are going to get tired of it. They're going to get bored with it because they can do everything that they want to do. In my opinion, EverQuest Legends has turned into a Diablo Path of Exile style of game. Oh my gosh, come on. That's basically all it is. So it's going to be a seasonal based game. People are going to play it for a season, just like those games. People play it for 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then they're done. They don't play it anymore. That's how I see EverQuest Legends playing out, personally. THJ Emulator was super successful, and it was a solo MMO. Okay, cool. Define super successful. Like, that's the problem with it. Like, do whatever you want to do. It's a solo focused MMO, and it's not what I want. Like, I don't care if it's successful or not successful. I really don't. But it's not designed for people like me that want a social based MMO, and that's why I don't want to play it. If you want to play it, if you want to play a single player MMO, then go play it. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing it. Go, have fun, enjoy it. But what I see happening is the same thing that happens in every one of those types of MMOs. People are like, nobody wants to group up, nobody wants to do anything social, and then eventually people get to the point where they're just like, dead game, nobody's here, nobody does anything. So that's just what I see happening. I mean, sure, you can have your opinion on what you think is going to happen, and I disagree. You'll level quickly in EQ Legends. Yeah, you're going to level faster in EQ Legends than you would normally. You're going to be able to cheese the heck out of the game, just like everybody already knows you can do now. There's just too many issues with it. Think a lot of people will play it? Sure, a lot of people might play it. But like I just said, you're going to have people that play it for a couple weeks or a month or whatever. I don't know how to explain that answer or that question. Somebody sent me a tell. What island is this? I don't know. The one you're on? Sister Island? Is that what people are calling it? Why is it Sister Island specifically? There's brother, there's sisters, brothers, father. There's all sorts of stuff on this island. I think of only one MMO that is still thriving. It's basically a solo experience nowadays. Final Fantasy. You're talking about Final Fantasy 14? It is mostly a solo player experience, yeah. But it has in-game raids, which is what I think a lot of people play it for. Is for the in-game raid part of it. But generally people just log in and log out for those weekly raids. But it's a very, but I mean they built that game to be very, very social, like extremely social. People hang out and just chat, you know. You're talking about 11? Is 11 single player? I always thought that 11 was like very group focused. Figured Legends might end up like Final Fantasy 11. You got Trust to solo a ton of stuff. Some stuff needs groups, but not social MMO. Yeah. It has been WoWified over the years. That's a bummer. Because it used to be very group focused. NPCs you summon. So you can just summon like... Yeah, see, I don't like that. Guild Wars did that. Guild Wars 1 did that. Where you could just have NPC characters that just kind of run around and they fill your group for you. Which defeats the whole purpose. I don't understand that at all. What's the restriction for imbuing a staff? You just have to find a staff that you can imbue, which is more difficult than you would think. Because you can't imbue every staff that you come across. You should be able to imbue every staff that you come across. But you can't. But it did solve some issues where people couldn't group during their playtime. That is a problem, yeah. That is definitely an issue. And that's what this game is going to run into eventually, right? It's if they make it a group-focused MMO, it's going to end up that way where you're going to not be able to find a group. And that's going to be a problem. Do stats have a requirement you know about, or do you have to experiment with every staff? You just have to experiment with them and figure out which ones work. My guess is they just weren't flagged as staves. Flagstaff. Holy moly, that hurt. Yeah, that's my guess, is that they just weren't flagged properly. My guess is, again, the person that did the itemization over the Passover recently came into the team late, didn't realize some of the things that the team was doing. Oh, this is not dead yet. And then kind of missed stuff. At least that's my understanding of what happened. You think the roulette? Yeah, the roulette, the daily roulette and the weekly roulettes and all that kind of stuff with Final Fantasy XIV, that was a good idea. You know, it gets people to go back and do older content. You know, and help out people, and you still get decent XP for your current character. Yeah, it's a great idea. Grave marker. Yeah, it's weird. Like I don't have any extra stabs on me. I only have my one staff right now, the measure stick. But I have another staff that technically is the best. It's the best int weapon in the game, that I know of. It's got 15 int on it. It's two-handed staff, 15 int. You might be able to get more int by doing 2 one-handers. Maybe. I'm trying to think of what you would combine together. I think you can get a 7 and an 8 together, which would be 15. So you could do that. But yeah, that in fact is not considered a staff. The best staff in the game is not considered a staff, which is kind of messed up. They don't obsolete the previous expansion like WoW does. Yeah, that is one thing that I didn't like about World of Warcraft that it kept doing. Is it did make previous expansions obsolete. Every expansion, the previous expansion would be like, okay, well, that's pointless. But in a way, Final Fantasy XIV did that as well. You can come back years later, miss multiple expansions, come back years later, and just instantly go and get the basic gear that's better than all the previous expansions that you missed, to kind of jump you right into the current expansion. Which, you know, isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'm not trying to, like, hate on it. But it's definitely a different way of doing things. It doesn't require people to continue to play the game over time. Which I feel like, you know, if you've played the game for years and you never quit, you should have things that other players don't have. You know, and that's nice. It's fun for people to have those kind of things. So EQ2 is the worst for that. Is it now? Like, yeah, when I played EQ2, you couldn't really catch up very easily, but I want to say they did add in some catch-up mechanics. Some catch-up mechanics. Ketchup. Yeah, some ketchup. Those are some delicious mechanics you got there. Could I get some fries with my ketchup mechanics? Vertical progression is bad. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it bad, but yeah, like, I think most people prefer that horizontal progression. You know, getting better gear. At least I look at horizontal progression as getting better gear. I have heard people say that is also vertical progression, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. I've always looked at it as horizontal progression. You can invert X and Y. Yeah, you could. AAs would be cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the AAs. I don't think AAs would be a bad thing. They're talking about doing something like that in this game. Not exactly AAs, but their own take on AAs. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. Oh shoot. BBs. Maybe they will do BBs. And it'll be like playing Death Stranding. We'll have BB units everywhere. Gear-wise, I hope they make Crafted more viable early on. Right now, Crafted is probably the best gear early on to get. Like, I would get enchanted... Whoops. I would get all the enchanted gear. Enchanted helmet, enchanted legs, enchanted breastplate. For pretty much every class. Just get those as your base gear. And then get some jewelry, some crafted rings. Right now, crafted jewelry is the best in slot. From level 1 all the way up to 60. For like every class. Aside from a couple select jewelry pieces. But yeah, so I would say that crafted gear right now is in a really good spot. Only visible gear is enchantable? No. He's talking about viable. Viable. Did I say visible? But yeah, like viable good gear, not visible. Why are there so little crafted items available then? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm currently using crafted items on this character. This is crafted. 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 So I'm using currently 6 crafted pieces at level 54. My fighter is using 4 crafted pieces still at level 60. You only see loot drops in auction? Oh, okay. Offer to buy crafted gear. I don't know what to tell you. The problem isn't that the crafted gear isn't good at low level. The problem is that it's too easy to obtain the better gear at level 60 and then hand it to your lower level character. Like, for example, I got this on my fighter and I gave it to my lower level character. If I didn't do that, I would be using a crafted robe, most likely. Like, that's the problem with it, is that you can just it's just hand-me-down gear. It's not that the gear isn't good at the level. It's that there's better stuff out there as you get higher level. Yeah, they're crafted on demand. Yeah, I see 0 intellect capes in auction. Doesn't mean they're not great. I have this for my int cape. If you want a decent int cape, Ashen Drape's got 5 int on it. It's not amazing, but it's pretty dang good. I'll take it. Find my class, Rogue, underwhelming. It is very underwhelming. Don't know if I'm going to level something else. It takes way too long for me. So Rogue right now requires a group, and grouping is lackluster at best. So that is why your Rogue is struggling with the game. They really need to look at rogues and make them better. Like, really, really, really need to look at them. That is coming with the class updates. They're doing a big class overhaul update kind of thing right now, where every single class is going to be updated. So just know that that's coming. But unfortunately, rogues are in a bad spot at the moment. It's a good time to play a rogue, though. I mean, not really. It's a good time to play a tank or a healer. Solo classes. I mean, it's a good time to just play. Right now, I would just test around with some different classes. I mean, you can't really. Grouping is just challenging right now. It doesn't matter if you're low level or high level or whatever. People are starting to realize that grouping is the worst way to level in this game and the worst way to play this game. So very few people are in fact doing it anymore. Are they not the best performing melee class? No, not right now. Yeah, rogues are in a very, very bad place. Oops. To group, it helps find a good guild. Yeah, I mean, having a guild and that's willing to sacrifice their XP to help you. Yes. If you can find a good guild or a good group of people that are willing to sacrifice their XP for you, then sure, that is awesome. Unfortunately, I have noticed that that is not the case for most players. Duo XP is way too good. Yeah, Duo XP is, if you can't solo well, then you duo. That is the second best thing. Trio is the third best thing. Anything over a trio is a waste of... anything over a trio is because you're trying to help somebody. Let's put it that way. Because you just enjoy grouping with your friends. You just want to hang out with your friends, and you don't mind everybody getting slower XP to help out the weakest link. That's what it is. And that's great if you're willing to do that and you want to do that. My group did that basically for me, for the most part. Because I was playing a fighter and I couldn't solo. So my group we would group together for me. But we quickly learned that duos and trios were far better XP-wise. So it just ended up being the classes that could solo would go in solo, and the classes that couldn't solo would duo or trio and then level up that way. It was just better, which is kind of silly. What are the top 3 solo classes at the moment? Any of the charm classes right now, until they change charm, are good. The wizard is, I would say the wizard quad kiting is probably the best overall soloer in the game for XP. Archers are really good if you have speed of the wild. Rangers are really good. Necromancers, they can charm, but necromancers without charm can also do really well. A lot of classes can solo really well. All the way up to 20 be as a full group because you can take on deep reds as far as I can tell. You can kill stuff pretty easily depending on your class. It really depends on your class, which is the hard part for people to grasp. People are like, no, game is great for grouping. I get the most XP when I group. Okay, you're probably playing a rogue or a fighter or a cleric, something that doesn't really solo well. So, yeah, of course, when you're in a group, you're going to get better XP. But those classes should really try to duo or trio. Compare if you're a cleric or a fighter, try to duo and then get into a full group of 6 and look at your XP per hour in both of those situations. I promise you, your duos are going to be significantly better. Just XP for an hour. Just 1 hour. We'll show you the difference. Then multiply that out times 10 hours, 12 hours, 100 hours of gameplay. Then you're going to start to see, oh, okay, I see the difference. Let's say you're gaining, one blue in 1 hour with a full party of 6. You're gaining 1 yellow. But in a duo, you're gaining 1 yellow and 1 blue. That's only about 20% faster. Now multiply that out times 400 hours of gameplay. 20% faster shaves off 100 hours. Or 75 hours, right? Out of that. Like, that's a lot of time. Like, people aren't realizing, like, this game it's built to take a ton of time. And if you can shave off 20% of that time by just grouping with a smaller amount of people, I think people are going to start to do it. It adds up. It adds up very quickly. Very, very quickly. If you could choose between Archer and Ranger for solo, what would you take? Ranger is more self-sufficient. So a Ranger can solo without the need of any additional buffs. But it does solo slower. The Archer doesn't require Speed of the Wild, but it makes it a lot easier if you have Speed of the Wild. An Archer can just about solo anything in the game given Speed of the Wild and enough space and time. If they can just kite something around, they can kill it. So it really depends. A Ranger can as well. A Ranger, though, will just do it slower than the Archer because it doesn't have as much damage as the Archer. But it has all the tools necessary, like Speed of the Wild and Snare, to make it a lot easier. Sal plus Unity, 100%. Yeah, it helps out a ton, right? The tools of the Ranger help out a ton. I hope poisons are not the primary upgrade for rogues. Take a class that requires a group and force them to level a trade skill just to be effective. That doesn't sit well with me. We'll see what they do with it. I don't know what their plan is, but yes, poisons are going to be what makes a rogue from okay to good, right? Right now, rogues are just garbage, and they're missing their entire toolkit of poisons. Now, I agree with you, like, forcing an entire class to have to do a trade skill feels kind of bad. But, I mean, archers are kind of in that same boat when they need fletching to make better arrows. Because those arrows, the damage does get better with those arrows. So, I don't know. Doing Archer plus Ranger, it's really good. You're doing Archer and like an Archer-Ranger duo? I'm sure that's really solid, yeah. The Archer is going to be doing most of your damage. The Ranger is able to hold threat and kite things. Like, I'm sure that's a really good duo. Starting enchanting trade skill, Wandering Spirit. For light stones for enchanted powder. Where do you get the tier 2 mats? Keeper's Bite as well. I would do the Sangrel. You can start doing those around level high teens. And they drop rings that you can disenchant. Somebody told me yesterday, what Quackums, was it you that was telling me about a good spot for tier 1 disenchants? The Fosgrim Watchers. And those are in Evershade Weld. Dude, why is my weight so high already? I like a better tier 1 spot. These will-o-wisps suck. Well, there you go. Try those Fosgrim Watchers. Or Faze Grim Watchers, or whatever the heck they're called. May I ask what staff you're using? Because I see you can cast Mana Volley. I bought a staff called Root Render's staff and can't apply the Arcane. Yeah, it's a problem. I am using the Measure Stick right now. But it's a problem in the game where not all the staves were flagged as staves. So you can't get the imbuement on them. It's silly. It's very, very silly. And it should not have been missed. Same thing with a bunch of the items being not disenchantable. Very, very silly. Shouldn't have been missed. But it was the case of a new person. I think it was the case of a new person coming on the team. At the same time as an older person was leaving the team. And there wasn't... The information was not passed over from one to the other. I think is the cause there, and that to me, in my opinion, is partly because they don't have a community manager, not a community manager, sorry, a project manager that is able to, explain that stuff and make sure that those things get worked out properly. Part of the reason that I say the things that I say. Hopefully they fix it soon. Yeah, hopefully it is fixed soon. I agree. I've got like the best staff in the game. We were just talking about that a minute ago. Literally the best staff in the game. It's got 15 intelligence on it and some stamina or whatever. It's got some other stuff on it as well. And you can't imbue it. I think part of the reason they're not worried about it is because I don't think the staff imbue thing is going to be in the game after the class overhaul. I think they're going to be removing it. But I don't know for a fact. They might actually be completely removing or changing the Seal of Magic ability. This ability right here. It might go away. I don't know. I think that the Seal of Magic ability is a good ability to have, but if they take away the melee, because like let's look at it real quick. I want to say, if I read it correctly, it's been a bit since I've read it, so let's look at it. Community hub. Yeah, see down here, sword and staff mechanics, they want to do less of that. So if they take away the sword and staff mechanics, then we're going to be left with just spells. And now spells do trigger that Seal of Magic ability, but I don't know, it doesn't really feel great that way. It encouraged chain casting, which a wizard doesn't necessarily want to chain cast spells. So I don't know how they're going to change that. Bit worried about class changes, huge undertaking, so close to EA. I mean, it is. It is a very huge undertaking, yeah. I was going to go buy a Root Ender staff. Couldn't find one. I got lucky with the Kesha Grooved Smasher and Red Book. The Smasher can be imbued. There you go. Yeah, I had, but I gave away my staff, my one-handed staff that I was using, which was technically the best staff in the game for wizards, but kind of not really the best staff in the game. You know, I don't know. I think now it's probably best to have. It's probably best to have the intelligence and stamina. That's really all that wizards need. Lots and lots of intelligence. But yeah, right now, unfortunately, the game is in kind of a state of limbo where we don't know. We don't know how it's going to change, what's going to happen, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot. There's a lot coming down the line. Okay. But I'm actually having fun with the wizard. Like, it's fun to be able to play a class that has big nukes and stuff. Like, I really like that, and I hope that's the direction they go with the wizard. Is they have a class that's just like super big nukes. Which is exactly how the wizard should play, I think. You know, most damage in a short amount of time over any other class. From the worst solo class to the best? Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that fighter is the worst solo class. I would definitely put that to the rogue. But yes, I get what you're saying. Fighter not being able to solo really at all is it feels really bad to go to a class that can solo really, really well. But unfortunately, like I am that player that prefers group content. Like I don't want to play an MMO that's not group focused. Let's go ahead and do another pull while we're waiting for Arcane Invocation. I should have enough mana to kill this next pull, and then Arcane Invocation will be up, and we'll use that. Because it'll be up in like 10 seconds. Oops, I was too close to those. Oops-a-daisies. You want to know another thing that's considered an exploit, by the way? I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to call it out before I do it because people are going to be like, that's exploiting. Technically, see how these mobs are coming at me right now? Technically, dropping off of here is considered an exploit because they have to go all the way around. So they have to come all the way over here to come down. Technically, that's an exploit. Which is something that people are going to do a bunch of. Problem with group-focused MMO players is similar to PvP-focused players. Hang on, I'll read that in a second because there are problems. I agree. There are also problems with a group-focused MMO. There's plenty of issues with it. I'm not trying to say that a group-focused MMO is better as far as less problems, but you're going to have problems with either one. So I would rather have a group-focused MMO with its problems than a solo-focused MMO with its problems. But let's see. There aren't enough of those players to populate a game. You need the solo and non-PvP players. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's tough. It's a very tough situation. You end up not having enough players that want to group together, especially as the game grows. 3 months in, 6 months into a game, you have very few players at low level with a lot of players at the higher level. So it's very difficult for those low level players now to find a group. That is a definite issue. And I think that they need to, at least in my opinion, start looking at that now. How are we going to solve that problem now? Because if they can't solve it now with the players that are currently in the game, they're never going to be able to solve it later. So I think that they need to really look at that and say, okay, well, that's why I am so against the power leveling side of things and the twinking side of things. And I understand that twinking's fun. I understand that power leveling is fun. I get all of that. But if we allow a lot of twinking and a lot of power leveling, then it's going to make the issue even worse for new players. Because new players will come into the game. They're not going to have a high-level player to give them a bunch of gear. They're not going to have a high-level player to power level them. They're going to have to play the game solo in a group-focused game, whereas all the other new characters coming in are all just going to be power leveled and twinked out to the moon, and they're not going to want to group up with a brand new player. So I think we need to make the game very group friendly all the way through and take away as much of that power leveling and twinking as we possibly can. That's hard to do in a way that feels good, because people are going to be like, no, I like to have that power fantasy where I'm, you know, super strong, etc. Right? They like that, and I get it. You know, I totally get that. But it does take away. It does take away from other players when they're doing that. So, tough situation. Wizard looks fun. Can you solo from the start? Yeah, you can solo from the start. You can start quad kiting at level 8. I would recommend, you know, if you're soloing, it's going to be a little bit of a rough road from about level 5, 6, definitely 7 is going to kind of slow down. But you could solo all the way up if you wanted to, currently. I assume archers would abuse the heck out of that. Heard them complaining about their slows being janky and unreliable. Their snares, if you mean snares, because slows and snares are different things, I would say. But if you're talking about that, yeah, their snare is very unreliable. It lasts for like 6 seconds or something, with like a 60-second cooldown, and yeah, it's doesn't feel great on archers. But for a while, archers were probably the best solo class in the game. So now they're not. I wouldn't call them exploit. Maybe the mobs are just afraid of heights. Maybe, yeah. How about percent bonus XP per character in the group? They already give a little bit of bonus XP. So in a party, if you have 3 or more members in your party, you seem to get bonus XP. It's just not enough. It's just flat out not enough. What do you quad kite at level 8? I would recommend quad kiting the Undead and the Undead Highway in Shaded Dunes at level 8. There's a bunch of free roaming mobs over there. Free roaming mobs are first come, first serve. So just go over there and start kiting to your heart's content. The issue is with the wizard and kiting at level 8 is you don't have a snare until level 24. So you need to have speed of the wild to effectively kite. You can still do it without speed of the wild, but it's way more difficult without snare. But see how, like, I have snare, so right now I'm not using speed of the wild. I don't have it, but I can pull these mobs knowing how they path. You could pull these mobs and snare them and then start kiting them. But without speed of the wild, it's a little bit more challenging for sure. I would say that it's nearly impossible to quad kite on a wizard without speed of the wild from 8 to 24. It's not impossible, but it is very difficult and probably not worth your time, because you most likely will die a bunch. I just don't see this game having a population when they charge $15 a month. Sure, 100 people sit AFK in the starting zones while it's free. Why does $15 a month change anything, in your opinion? World of Warcraft charges a monthly fee. Final Fantasy charges a monthly fee. Like a lot of MMOs charge a monthly fee. So I don't correlate why $15 a month prevents that. As long as the game is fun and people enjoy it, they'll pay the $15 a month. Because the game is basically horrible. In your opinion, it's horrible. Your opinion is the same as my opinion, which is one person's opinion. I think the game is great. You think the game is horrible. Wow. So we're kind of, at two completely opposite ends of the spectrum there. It's an opinion. So give me a factual reason why $15 a month will do anything. Like I disagree with your entire stance until you give me actual facts. They're doing something in EQ Legend. All items are tradable once, then bind to the player after a sale or trade. You think something like that helps with twinking or power leveling too fast? Yeah, that would help, Channing. But some people will like that. Some people won't like that, right? Some people are going to be like, yeah, I like the idea that items are bind on equip. They're BOE. Some people, they like that. Some people love to be able to twink out characters, use an item for a while, and sell it to another player. That's going to be an opinion thing. But I think they need to do something about the twinking in this game. Because currently, twinking and power leveling is something that potentially could ruin the social aspect of this game. Now, will it? Who knows? Who knows? Hope your stream has been going well. Yeah, it's been going great, Bash. Where's a good place to solo at level 15 for Beastmaster? 15. That's a tough one, man. That's a really tough spot in the game right now. I would probably go do the Keeper's Bite. Like, there's animals and stuff over there in Keeper's Bite that you could probably solo. Once you hit like 16-ish, 16, 17, you could go do the Fallen Pass Dusty Skeletons, but that you still need like a level or so, maybe 2 levels before you could do that. Game is good. Lots of potential. It does. Yeah, it's got lots of potential in it. I agree with that. Classes need a lot of work. They do. Yeah, classes need a lot of work. That's a true statement. Okay, all of the modern MMOs have removed what players overwhelmingly found annoying. This game promotes what the vast majority of gamers want removed. That's why $15 matters. You're still not giving any facts on anything. You're making a blanket statement based on your opinion. You're not giving factual information. You're saying that overwhelmingly all these players wanted less of this and more of this other thing, so MMOs are doing that. Okay, well, what about all the MMOs that did do that and were not successful? That completely negates your entire statement. You are basing everything you're saying on your opinion of this game and of your opinion of what the game should be. 100% of what you're saying is based on that. You're giving zero actual factual information. So the $15 a month for you is not worth it. For me is absolutely worth it. For other players may or may not be worth it depending on what they want out of an MMO. Okay, so that's the first problem with your entire statement. The second problem is how many subscribers do they need or want for this game to be, in their opinion, successful? Right? That's the second problem with your entire statement. They may only need or want 100 players playing this game. They don't care. Right? So then $15 a month for 100 people, sure, that's enough for us to keep the game going and keep the lights on and whatever. Maybe that's all they care about. So again, you got to think about like what's going on. Just because your opinion is of such doesn't mean that everyone else feels the same way. It's a big problem in today's society, is that we as individuals assume everyone else looks at things the same way that we do, and that's not the case. I think this game is fantastic. Does that mean that this game is automatically good for every single gamer out there? No. It means it's good for players like me. And not everyone plays a game the same way that I play the game. So it may not be good for every single player. And in fact, it won't be good for every single player. Like, I realize that. I see the faults in this game. And some people will like it, and some people will clearly not like it. I did bandits from 15 to 17. Wasn't amazing. Little coin and scraps. There you go. You could try the bandits. The reason I don't recommend soloing the bandits is there's a lot of spellcasters over there. Spellcasters, generally speaking, are more difficult to solo. At low level, they're probably not that bad. At high level, definitely more difficult. Ignore them. They know not what they speak of. No, I don't mind talking to people about it. Like, I don't mind. I'm going to try not to go like into a ton of detail and talk about it for hours and hours and hours like I do sometimes. But you know, some of these things, they're worth talking about because people genuinely do not understand. They don't get it until they get it. Same thing with the charm debate, right? I've had that charm debate so many times and the group XP debate so many times, and it's like, yeah, I get that people don't understand it, but hopefully you can explain it to them and they will eventually get it. You know, to not explain something to somebody though isn't going to help out anybody. Be like, nope, you're dumb. Go away. I'm not going to do that. That's mean. Hopefully explain, you know, explain where the logic is wrong. Most people are not physically handicapped, but those ramps are still needed in society. Yeah, that's true. My guess is they would be over the moon with 10K players. Oh, yeah, 10K monthly players. They would love that. That would be amazing. I think they're going to get, in this game, when early access launches, around 50,000 players within the first month. Now, after that, do I think it's going to drop? Yeah. I guarantee you it's going to drop. But if they can maintain 10,000 people, 10,000 subs in this game, that would be amazing. A lot of people find old school MMOs relaxing. WoW went way too much down the esports road. I agree with that, yeah. When I see 100 people sitting AFK in a noob zone repeatedly, the problem with your statement is when I see. That's a you issue, right? That's an ish you, not an ish us. Again, right? That is definitive proof to me that the game isn't fun to play. For you, it's not fun to play. That is the entirety of your argument is your opinion. Which can be the entirety of my argument is my opinion. So, and my opinion completely offsets your opinion. So therefore, neither opinion can be used as an argument. They're opinions, right? So you have zero factual information. The casters are annoying. Gate got me a couple times. Well, Channing Tatum, let me tell you a little story about Gate. Here's a fun little story about Gate. Gate is an issue. First and foremost, Gate, when mobs gate, they gain health. Why? Gate does not give you health. but they gain health when they gate. So silly mechanic. We brought this to the devs' attention, and when brought to the devs' attention, the devs said that mobs should not be gating when they are on their spawn or near their spawn or whatever, however it was phrased. Well, guess what? You could literally pull a spellcaster and have it not move an inch, and it will still try to gate. So gate is just flawed in the game and kind of broken. I like gate. I think that mobs should be able to gate, but they shouldn't heal like 25 or something % of their health when they gate. And then they can just chain cast gate. Kind of silly. But anyway. No, people sit AFK in all sorts of MMOs for various reasons. You think because how you play the game, they're sitting AFK. They're sitting AFK in the zone waiting for a dungeon queue. That's not necessarily the case. I know people that play World of Warcraft and don't do dungeons at all. They've never even had a max level character. Ever. They actually just like to socialize and hang out with friends and do silly stuff like that. Like they have zero intentions of doing dungeons in the game. They don't want to. They don't care. So again, your opinion is based on your personal experience with the game, and you're assuming that everyone else plays the game the same way that you do, which is not the case. I know people who play idle games. Yeah, I've played idle games, and I think they're silly. All right, these mobs are finally green and giving basically no XP. So if we're going to continue to XP, we finally do need to go somewhere else. Oops. You know, for a long time, I thought the same way that some other people do, where like, oh, this game is fun. It's going to fail because of this. It's going to not fail because of this, whatever. And I finally realized, it took me a while, okay? I finally realized I'm not that important. Right? Like, I am not the be-all, end-all of gamers. My opinion on a game, my individual opinion on a game does not matter in the greater scheme of things. It just doesn't. So, yeah. It took me a long time to realize that. And that goes for everything in life. My opinion just doesn't really matter. Critical genuine question here. Is there a reason why you don't show raids like for 20 plus and so on? Yes, there kind of is, Kazu, that I don't do those. The main reason being is raids in this game are in a very bad place. They really need to be looked at. Right now, a lot of them are being killed on spawn, which means that as soon as they pop, there's a group there ready to kill it. And it's basically just becomes a giant argument. Who tagged it first and who gets access to it, who's camping it, all that kind of garbage. It's just not fun currently. We know exactly when mobs are going to, well, not exactly. We know within a reasonable amount of time when mobs are going to spawn. And you have to basically sit there for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours waiting for these mobs to spawn. So that's kind of why I don't do it. Anybody want a tail? Anybody want one of these? If you are one of these classes, I've got 7 of them. Love the content. Off-topic question. I recently watched your Pantheon PTR check-in. You seemed very upset playing through that. Like, visibly annoyed. Just curious what was up with that. I didn't really want to play it. People kept asking me to play it. And I didn't really want to, but I did because people kept saying, no, the game is good, the game is good, the game is good. So I went and played it. The game is garbage. It has been hot garbage. The devs have no clue what they're doing over there. And, you know, so that's why I'm not playing it anymore. That's why we need different MMOs that cater to different people. Opinion. Yeah, exactly. Different MMOs that cater to different play styles. And there's nothing wrong with that. Your individual vote doesn't really matter either. You're correct. It doesn't. And I'm claiming that it doesn't. That does not mean you can analyze voting trends based upon past performance. I can absolutely do that because it's my opinion. I'm giving you my opinion, which you're disagreeing with and saying your opinion is correct. Opinions cannot be correct. They cannot be correct. They're incorrect by definition. They are an opinion. They are not right nor wrong. They are an opinion. So yes, my vote counts just as much as your vote, but we're not voting on this. This is not a vote. This is not a democracy. This is our opinion on a video game. I think this game could be very successful the way that they are building it. You disagree with that, and that's fine. The conversation's over. You're trying to prove a point that you can't prove. Anyway, what level disenchanting is required for those sister brother level 44 and about to head to disenchanting? To disenchant them successfully, you can do it at one enchant, or like, you know, you don't need to have any points in enchanting at all. But like 20 to 30 before you're going to have decent success rate. And I think around like, I think they're trivial. Let's see what level they're trivial, because my disenchanting is 45. They become trivial at 45. Oh, you want one? Here you go. Is that what you want? 2 copper. I don't know why you're giving me 2 copper. But there you go. Let's go with... You want one too? You wouldn't mind a tail? You love a tail? Yep, no worries, guys. I don't mind giving my stuff. I got all these tails. What am I going to do with them? I'm not going to do anything with these tails. Truth is hard sometimes. I realize too about myself. Not fun being to accept. Not being important as I am. Yeah. We're not important. We're not as important as we think we are. We just aren't. Does this game have enough momentum or work being done to make it promising in the future, or are things slow with fixes? Well, can't fix crazy. I think that things are pretty slow with fixes right now. Some things that I think need to be fixed faster. Again, my opinion on what needs to be fixed faster. They're not being fixed quickly enough. Now, that's partly because it's a volunteer team. They're not working 100% of the time. They've got their other day jobs that they're trying to make money with, etc. So it makes sense, that they're not getting some of these things fixed faster. Some things I think could be fixed faster if they knew about them, but oftentimes the devs don't even know that there's a problem. And then once they find out about the problem, they fix things relatively quickly, I feel like. But hopefully once people start getting paid and we are paying them, hopefully that speeds up. But it may not. We don't know. Talking about Pantheon, did you see the leaked alpha video that was recorded during the early days of Pantheon before Brad McQuaid passed away? The game looked a lot better than whatever. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that, yeah. I'm not sure it was leaked. They streamed the original Pantheon graphics with Co-Carnage numerous times. Yeah, it may not have been leaked. It may have been. It may not have been leaked. I have no idea. But yes, I have seen that old footage. I saw that years and years and years ago when I was super excited for the game. But yeah, then they kind of ruined it. Honestly, they have failed too many times to count at this point. I'm just glad they're making a game that aligned with my opinion on what is fun and social. Yeah, you're talking about Monsters and Memories? Yeah, I agree. I think Monsters and Memories is exactly the kind of game that I'm looking for. Or at least the idea of Monsters and Memories is exactly the kind of game that I'm looking for. Unfortunately, I will be the first to admit that they have missed the mark on some stuff. Absolutely missed the mark. And they are now looking at it going, okay, hey, we missed the mark on it. We're going to try to fix that in the future. So they are working on it. They're looking at it. So we'll see what happens, right? We'll see what happens. I don't know what they're going to do. Imagine EA released in 6 days. Yeah, EA released in like 6 days would have been bad. It would have been bad for them. Oh, shoot. We're just going to do it this way. People aren't selling... People aren't selling wood at the moment, which is awful. So I'm just going to go get my own wood. Huge believer in porting to Evershade for wood. That's a way to do it, yeah. What's the stats on the Ashira tail? I don't know. I don't have it on me. It's like +1 to 3 on several different stats. What trait should go for a ranger? I took magic resist, but don't know what to take for second trait. Your second trait? Your non-combat? Which one? Which trait? I'll show you what I did. I did defender for my primary trait. I did not do magic resistant. No, I did not do magic resistant for my major one. I did intelligence. I did readiness for major non-combat trait, and then herbalism. But it depends. For a combat one, for your minor non-combat trait, I personally say everyone should take defense. That's just my recommendation for every single class. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt to level. The only classes that are going to level it easily are going to be tanks. But it's a pain in the butt to level for anybody else, and it's still good for everybody else. Finally got an invite to PvP server. I hope you have fun with it. Good luck. I think the current soloing classes should be less efficient, and the classes that can't solo at all should be able to have some way to get some sort of XP. Yeah, a little bit of balancing with it would be nice. The classes that can currently solo way too well. And then the other classes There's other classes that just can't solo. You know, they can, but it takes so stinking long to do anything. Killing green mobs is not good for XP. Killing light blue mobs is pretty good for XP still. So you would have to look. You have to look at it that way, like, and what mobs they can kill. Everyone should be able to do some sort of dad camping. I mean, maybe. We'll see if they get to there. If they get to that point, I don't know that they will. Finally got early access. Here come the questions. Not early access. You meant better. Yeah, you're good. I'll answer all the questions that you have to my best ability. Some might be my opinion. Some might not. Is the PvP server in zones or is PvP everywhere? Everywhere. There's no getting away from PvP on the PvP server. You are... Good luck. I don't agree with all classes should be able to solo. Yeah, some people should, or some people say yes, some people say no. I personally don't care if all classes can solo, so long as it's always more beneficial to be in a group. Always, 100% of the time for every situation. The reason I say that is because if it's always beneficial to be in a group, whether you are solo or not, doesn't matter as much. Because even the non-solo classes will still want to be, the solo classes will still want to be in a group. If everybody always would prefer to be in a group if they have that opportunity to do so, then it kind of solves the problem for the classes that require a group versus the classes that don't require a group. Because even the ones that don't require a group will still want to be in a group. Right? Actually, let's just go with this for now. Good enough. Good enough. Have you played Inquisitor at all? Did you enjoy it? I haven't really messed around with the Inquisitor too much. I probably would enjoy it. It's a very solid tank. It has some good buffs on it. It basically kind of replaces the need for an enchanter. Right now, getting an enchanter in your party is difficult because enchanters can solo using charm. So most of them, I would imagine, probably want to solo, prefer to solo. So Inquisitors are really good for that. But hopefully they change the Inquisitors soon. I think the Inquisitors is a good class overall. It's a solid tank, and it's a pretty good class. Why is there an invis donkey? That's kind of weird. You can avoid PvP by never leveling to 2. That's true, yeah. I read the stats are currently bugged or not effective until 50 plus. Is that true? They're not bugged at all. But they are not as effective because of the stat scaling in the game. The way they tried to prevent or slow down twinking is by making it to where you need a lot of stats at low level. So, for example, on my fighter, if I gain 5 or 10 strength, my max damage goes up by 3 points, right? But on a level 1 fighter, I have to gain like 20 strength to be able to increase it by 3 points. So the amount of strength I need at low level is much greater than the amount of strength I need at higher level to gain any amount of benefit. The problem with it, which is good, because now I can't just throw a lot of really good gear on a low level character and do crazy amounts of damage. That's the good part of it. The bad side of it is most low level gear has very low stats on it. And to get plus 20 or so in a stat is very challenging at low level, 1 to 20 or 30 or 40, right? It's very, very challenging to do. So it doesn't feel great when you gear up that way. You know, like, the whole thing feels bad. All right, we're going back to the turning the gamma up. I'm just tired of it. We need... So yeah, they need to do something with the stat scaling. A better approach to the stat scaling would be great. I just don't know how they're going to do it. The town PvP goes away around 15-ish. Wait, people stop PvPing around 15 in town? They're just killing the low-level players? That seems kind of dumb. How much wood were you after? I think I had some in the bank. I could double check. I was just looking for some for right now. I could buy a bunch, but I'm gone. Way past that. The heck is going on here? Is this snare still bugged? Where they're able to get perma snare? You have 4 stacks of wood if you need some more. Okay, yeah, I'll be back in town at some point. I'll probably grab some then. Just got here. Can you please explain this anti-twink? So the anti-twink, what they're doing with the anti-twinking, it's not really anti-twinking. It's just the way that they have it programmed, I guess. If you take gear that you get from level 60 content, you take the best gear in the game, and you put it on a low-level character, it doesn't have the same effectiveness as it does a high-level character. That's all it is. Literally all it is. I'm assuming that you need to buy all your spells. Yes, you buy all your spells except for right now, level 60 spells for some classes. There's a drop spell for several of the classes. But it's only one spell. And it's level 60. But every other spell you can currently buy. Supposedly... what's it called? Supposedly the research is in the game, but if it is in the game, either no one has figured it out yet or very few people have figured it out, and they're not sharing that information, which kind of feels bad. It depends on the class. The level 60 spell, depending on the class, can be a new spell or an upgrade spell. For the wizard, it's just an upgrade to your nuke line. I'm debating if I just want to kill this guy or not. Or if I can just run around him. Nice. Got past him. Okay. Oh no, it resisted. Oh shoot. Is there a faster way to Shallow Shoals for Wizard other than porting? I started during the translocation guys era. To get to Shallow Shoals, I mean, there's a couple ways you can get there. It depends on where you're trying to go in Shallow Shoals. But you could like port to... I mean, you could just run there and then evac, things like that. Like that's always an option. Where am I going? Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious right now? This is not good. I'm gonna die. Holy moly. Jeez, man. And here comes... God bless. It shouldn't have taken this much mana. It should not have taken this much mana. This is crazy. I mean, I can finish them off. It's just I got to like kite these around and meditate and do all sorts of weird stuff. Oh my gosh, really? My spell fizzled like 5 times there. Swear to God, dude. Fizzles are so stinking bad in this game. They are so bad. You do get skill ups on fizzles, that's true. Let's see if we can get over here to a safe spot where we can meditate. This is a wizard. It's a wizardary. By the way, so things like this right here, this is crafted. So for those that are like, oh, crafted gear isn't great, this is crafted. And that is a sold, this is currently being auctioned to sell. These shoulder pads are also crafted, corrupted leather shoulder pads, I believe. Well, actually, they may not be crafted. Those could be dropped versions. There are, I think you can craft stuff out of the corrupted leather, though. I believe. Somebody told me you can. But I do know that these are craftable for sure because I made them myself. So there's good craftable items out there. Any tips to level up blacksmith? I think making sharpening stone doesn't work anymore. I mean, it does work, but only for a limited time. Like, sharpening stones only works every once in a while. Like, whenever you get to the sharpening stone, use the sharpening stone to get to the next point where it's trivial, then level up a little bit from there. You need wood cutting for fletching? I mean, I would recommend it, but wood cutting or lumbering, lumberjacking or whatever it's called, isn't really, like, it's not hard to level. Just grab a lumberjack axe and start cutting down trees. It's super simple. I love crafting as a major part of the economy. Is that the case? It is not a major part of the economy, no. Those umbral gloves are from tailoring. No, those are sick. They are from tailoring, yeah. But you have to get special ingredients to craft them. You have to get, like, they're level 40-ish mobs, right around level 40. You have to get the items from those mobs to be able to craft them. So it's not just like getting... I don't need invisibility, actually. Or IVU. Not IVU. I don't need to see invisible. That's what I meant. But yeah, the items are just randomly dropped off of trash mobs. And they don't need any other tailoring components whatsoever. But they do require tailoring to do. Sharpening and weighted stones applied to weapons currently working correctly. I don't know if correctly or not, but they are working. They both give you strength. So when you add a sharpening stone to a weapon, it increases your strength. I don't think it should do that. So correctly, I would say it's incorrectly doing it, but for the way that they've designed it, yes. I think it needs to just add in like damage to the weapon or reduce the delay on the weapon or something along those lines. I believe that what I think it should do is the sharpening stones should increase the damage of the weapon by like 1 or 2 or whatever, depending on the tier. And I think the weight stone should reduce the weight of the weapon because it allows you, or not the weight, sorry, the delay of the weapon, because it allows you to kind of swing it faster because the weight's proper. That should be a good balance. You should be able to balance it based on that. But that's just my opinion. 1% accuracy for sharpening weapons. I mean, they could do something like that. I don't think that's necessary, but yeah, they're basically, all they do is increase your strength right now, which does increase your damage if you hit the right or strength amounts or whatever for the class, and it depends on the level that you are. The 11 strength that you gain from the strongest sharpening stone is very good for a level 60 player, because plus 11 strength on 2 different weapons is 22 strength, which will increase your top end damage by 6 or 9 or maybe even more points. It could potentially increase it by up to like 12 damage. But it doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't feel great. You like to see all the combat formulas? I would too. The combat formulas in this game are not the greatest. Okay, let's see what we can do here with these. And then we're going to grab this guy. Did I miss that one? I think I missed one. Love lag. Lag is my favorite thing in the whole world. Why is this not casting? What the heck is happening? Like, my spells aren't casting? Man, they gotta fix this. Spells are still not casting. Look at this. See my spell bar, my cast, it's coming up, but it's not casting the spell. my gosh, dude. This is so infuriating. Wasn't casting the spell for the longest time. Now my snare is worn off. My God, dude. This has been an issue, by the way, for months. This is not a new problem. I just did a reload and it didn't work. Normally the reload does work, yes. I've tried to explain that to the devs multiple times, by the way. Doesn't seem that they're aware of the issue. Like, maybe they are, but they don't seem to be. Man, that is rough. That is super rough. Yeah, let's just put a campfire here. Hey, what's going on, Rob? I encountered my first no rent item, had no clue, nothing online about it, logged off, lost it. GM Tucker helped me get it back, but he seemed confused. I had no idea until I said I never played EQ. Yeah, no rent items need to be explained better to players, for sure. They definitely do. I believe that's another issue that I have with this game is the assumption that players have either played EverQuest or that they have actually read the new player guide at the bottom or the play nice policy. The assumption that all those things have happened is in my opinion, a pretty big problem. Like you can't assume that everybody has done one of those things or all of those things. They're less concerned with making it perfect for testing than Pantheon is a good thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could say it's a good thing in some ways, yeah. So many WoW Classic Andes like me are going to enjoy this game, but they need to stop assuming this is EQ player only. Oh, yeah. It's very isolating. I agree. Lots of assuming in a niche cult. How is the solo journey going? Do you feel it's significantly faster than grouping? What is your playtime compared to the fighter? Yes, it is significantly faster. Like, ridiculously faster. My played is 6 days, 9 hours. So, calculator. 6 times, 24 plus 9. I'm at 153 hours to get to level 55. Who else has done that? Not many. Not many people have done that. I was planning on trying this game. I never played a single EQ. Yeah, it's a fun game. I like it, but just know there's a lot to learn. You got 3 days for 44? Okay. Level 50 is supposedly the halfway point. What class are you playing that got 44 in 3 days? I don't remember what my played was at level 44. You're following my path? Then yeah, it's going to be really good. It's extremely fast. Way too fast. My fighter, it took over 400 hours to get to level 60 on my fighter. That was doing the most of the level 50 stuff in a duo. So just to compare, my fighter took at least twice as long, and I did a lot of the XP from level 1 to 50 in a full group. And then around level 52 or so, level 53, I started to duo most of it. And it still took 400 hours. Like, that's the difference between a solo. So it's actually, in fact, faster. This is going to probably shock several of you. It is faster overall. How do we want to do this? Let's get these two. I'm going to try to do a pull here. Oh boy. Well, it's faster overall to quickly level a wizard or any class that can do it quickly. To quickly level a class to 60, and then power level your second class to 60 would be overall faster than leveling a fighter the first time around. Should it be that way? What do you guys think? I don't think it should. I don't think you should be able to level two separate classes at 200 hours each versus one class that takes 400 hours. Simply because one requires a group and the other one doesn't. That's the only difference. EQ leveling was always super fast if you knew what gave the most XP. I mean, yeah, EQ leveling wasn't slow, but it was still the best way to do it was in a group, at least in my opinion, my take. You can even farm names on the wizard solo. You can't on the fighter. You cannot. It's the way to do it. Rush max level and twink the rest. That is absolutely the way to do it, and it shouldn't be that way. Yeah, the gear dependent class is usually an alt. Yeah, and I think if they fix it or they change it in this game, what they should do is make it to where grouping is by far the best way to XP. If they make it to where grouping is the best way to XP, everyone will be grouping and everyone can get there at relatively the same speed. Bards, Necro, Wizard, and Druids got more XP soloing than grouping in EQ. That's debatable, I think. I think that they could, yes, but gear was more important in EQ than it is in this game. So like a well-geared of those classes could possibly do it, yeah. But, I mean, yeah, quad kiting and, well, the Bard swarm kite thing was completely broken. That was a whole different animal altogether. We definitely have enough time to do 2 pulls here. So I'm going to probably, after the next pull, I'm going to definitely do a second pull. But at this point, I think we're just going to wait because I'm going to probably get an ad if I don't wait. Necro ability to solo deep reds was big EQ, XP and EQ too. Yeah, if they could do it. But I feel like EQ was just more challenging all around. Like it was way more challenging than this game. This game is not challenging at all. Harsh, yes. But challenging, no. It is not a difficult game to play. All right, I'm already tired of waiting for these to respawn. Holy moly. I could definitely pull a second one. There they go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where are they at? 3. The last one was that one right there. Cool. All right. Oh my gosh. That one didn't want to pull for some reason. Really weird. Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me? So annoying. This is way more difficult to do than where I was just at. I mean, it's definitely doable, but holy moly, this is just frustrating. They're supposed to be raising time to kill. They are, yes. That is the plan. Is increasing the TTK. But that could go in a lot of different forms, right? Increasing the TTK doesn't necessarily make the game more challenging. It just makes fights last longer. So we'll have to see how they increase the TTK, what they do with it exactly. What's happening here? What was causing the issue is a mob got resisted and pathing. So the first issue was pathing. They weren't stacking on top of each other very well. The second issue was a resist. Gosh, dude. I'm getting so many resist on these. It's crazy. Is resist change based off level difference between you and the mob? It's based off of a couple things, but the level difference definitely does factor in. However, these mobs are 5 levels lower than me, so shouldn't be a big deal. They need to make resist on yellow and red higher, and they need to make resist on blue and lower lower. The resists are, in my opinion, too high on those lower con mobs, and not high enough on higher con mobs. I don't know what the actual formula is for it, but I would say on a yellow con mob, I probably get the same number of resists as I do on a dark blue, which doesn't make sense. Final Fantasy 11 was the best time I ever had leveling up in a game. It was basically a waste of time to do anything but a full group chain killing reds because of the XP system. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I don't necessarily want people chain killing reds in this game. I don't like that idea, but you know, we'll see if that's what they do. Like I want them, like, a full group should be pulling maybe yellows, but I think reds should be very, very, very difficult. Just got a friend code the other day, and I'm loving it so far. What stands out to me is that this is the diversity of classes really captures what type of profession would evolve in this world. Yeah, I like that. I like that as well. My first EQ character was a wizard. Watching you quad kite is touching all the nostalgia points for me. I mean, yeah, it's basically the exact same thing. I don't know if they're taking away quad kiting, though. There's a chance that they could be removing quad kiting. There is a chance that they could get rid of it. We're going to have to do this differently, I think. We're going to get mana banana, and we're going to do what we did when we first started quad kiting on the shallow shoals stuff. I'm wondering where I could go that's got like mobs that are about this same level that would be easier to do. I might just need to gear up more. Or get more mana. I don't know. More mana, less resists. So, like, I feel like level 50 plus is about right as far as where the game should be. It needs to be like that, though, for the rest of the game. Around the 50 range, things start to become more difficult. You can't really solo as well. You can still solo, but it's not necessarily always the best. And as you can see, 55 here, I'm really starting to slow down quite a bit. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, it's 4 mobs stacked up right there on top of each other. Boom. See, no resist there. That's good. What? Oh, shoot. 2 of them took more damage. So they got separated. That worked out better. Definitely worked out better than the first round. Problem is, I don't know if I can keep doing this without Speed of the Wild. It's going to be really tough without Speed of the Wild. But we'll see if we can do it. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. And these are respawning. Look at that. Almost perfect timing. There are Sal potions in the game, but I can't make them yet. I'm really close to being able to make them, but not quite yet. I could work on that. But I've been kind of focused on leveling the wizard just because. Can't buy from other players? Well, not many people sell them because they're a pain in the butt to make. So, yeah. And if they do sell them, they sell them for crazy amounts of money. $10 gold per? Yeah, so that's a gold per hour of Speed of the Wild. Running fast. Well, yeah, but I can also just get somebody to cast Speed of the Wild on me at the bank, right? Like I can just go to the bank and be like, hey, can you cast Speed of the Wild? And boom, they give you Speed of the Wild. Which, what I meant to do is actually bind myself here so that I can get Speed of the Wild at the bank and then just port right back up here. It's alchemy is the craft that uses it. Or that makes it. So yeah, it's just kind of better. Just kind of better to just get Sal cast on you, and there's no reason to pay a gold per potion. Holy moly, I took so much damage there. Jeez. What? The heck just happened there? That was weird. Oh, well, whatever. Oh my gosh, my stinking spell wore off. Yeah, I wish that mark lasted a little bit longer. Are you serious right now? Lagged again. Can't cast my spell because I'm lagged. I swear, dude. Infuriating. That's something they got to fix. I haven't had that issue too much on my wizard. I had that issue a ton on my fighter. But not on my wizard. Oh, I don't need gate. I need this and this. Yeah, I can just go get Speed of the Wild, gate right back up here, continue, you know? Okay. I thought that failed. Used to bind at name camps, decide lower Guck and port to sell, gate back for more. Yeah. Yeah. That was always awesome. That's a decent ring. Depends on where it comes from, though. I mean, clearly these are better. But that's not bad because it's got a total of 8 stats plus 20 HP and 5 AC. So, yeah, overall, pretty nice ring. Oh, look, my Speed of the Wild has it was like 35,000 hours or something to it. That was fun. Made a wizard as an alt. I'm addicted to it. Wizard's good. It's good. Right now it is anyway. Oh my gosh. They got to fix this bug too. When you gate to a zone, oftentimes you end up under the ground. So it puts you in a safe spot. Like, come on. Can't we fix these things? It's fun pulling and rooting in dungeons? Yikes. Good luck with that. I don't know that I would want to do that. Wizards are not desired in group play. No. They don't have the... They don't have the sustain that the melee DPS classes do. Get an idiot likes a dot mez targets. Yeah, the people like to do that. They do indeed like to do that. Man, I got the hiccups. Super fun too was 2 other wizards and just AoE blasted camps. Yeah, you could do that. But it's probably just more efficient to solo if you're going to AoE do that stuff. Pre-24, yeah, pre-24. That's a good idea. No, I'm on the PvE server. I do not PvP, especially in this game. I don't mind PvP in some games. Games that are built for it. I don't mind PvP. This game is not built for that, though. Yet. Yeah, yet. I'm like 17, just got the measuring staff. That thing is cracked. It's really good, yeah. PvP is unbalanced, but still fun. Yeah, it's very, very unbalanced. It can be a lot of fun. It just depends on the community. Like how the community goes about the PvP side of things can either make or break it, for sure. Wait, did I get my new... Yeah, that was at 54. So the only thing I got at 55 was mental alacrity, right? Yeah. Let's move these around. Level 4. Okay. So is it even worth using those penetration spells? No, the lure spells, not worth it at all. Complete waste of your money. Do not buy them. I would not recommend. Rank 1 of Frostbolt. That helps for kiting, yeah. So in the beginning, you could... Hang on, I got to clear my throat again. In the beginning, you could not quad kite, but you can kite by doing Frostbolt level 1, which is a 1.5 second cast time. Do that, then cast your... Well, yeah, then cast your other damage spell, a 2 second cast time, and then go back to Frostbolt and just go back and forth between those two. And you can kite one mob at a time. You could do that in the beginning early levels, like even starting at level 8 or whatever and on. If you can't quad kite yet, it is definitely an option. Oh my gosh. One resist and everything's ruined. There we go. We got it. Everything is fine. Ah. Knew it. I was way too close. Way too close. I knew that was going to happen. Like I saw it coming from a mile away. Now, how are we going to get our corpse back? Go this way. I'm actually thinking about taking a break from my wizard today anyway. I don't know. I kind of do want to take a break from him. And I might work on alchemy a little bit. Yeah, let me go mess around with my fighter for a little bit. We're gonna work on alchemy some. No save load spell set loadouts. No, nothing like that yet. They might put that in the future. I don't know. It's funny because just as you feel like your mana is okay nuking, you get another big mana nuke spell. Yeah. On the level, you get your biggest nuke. How many casts does it take to kill one mob with it? Depends on the level. It really depends on the level. Because like the amount of health the mobs have, it just varies as you get higher level. Hey, what's up, Jared? How you doing, bud? I wish the magic staves weren't bugged and you could use the orb spells with them. You can. There are staves that are not bugged. You just have to find a staff that is not bugged. The measuring stick works. So as long as you have the measuring stick, it should be fine. Do you use orb spells in dungeons or nuke in med? It depends on the situation, really. What you should be doing in a group setting is using just the orb spell and then try to get the kill shot. And that's it. You get the kill shot with a spell, like a nuke. But use the orb spell or the orb thing, the mana orb, whatever, otherwise. Kill shot is nice. One run I had of Spellblade stealing my kill shot with his nuke. Yeah, that'll happen. You want to get the kill shot, which is tough to do sometimes. Especially at certain level ranges. Like you were saying, like Just Let Me Play was saying, how much damage you do is based on the nuke and then the amount of health that the mob has. At certain level ranges, your nuke only does like 5% maybe of their health. So you're lucky to get that kill shot. It's very difficult to get that kill shot because you have to wait until they're really low on health and then try to nuke them and get it. So it kind of feels really bad. Sounds like wizards single nukes need buffing. Depending on the level, they might, yeah. Like some levels, the single target nukes are huge. Then other levels, it's like really lackluster. Okay, let's do that. Let me look at my leather working and see what we can use. We can make a leather saddle to level up, enchanted cap, and then padded leather canvas. So we just need padded leather at this point. Okay. What is my leather working even at? It's only at 202. All right, well, whatever. So I don't really know what to do with the leather. I guess I can make more bags or backpacks. That's probably what I'll make with the leather. With these now. Whoops. And then I've got cotton. I guess we'll just hold the cotton for now, and I'll probably turn the cotton into cotton bandages. Not that I need bandages very often, because... but, I don't know. Bandages are nice, for sure. Is it max one profession? No, you can have as many professions as you want. I have them all on my main character here on Criddle. So, like, I've got... we got alchemy at 146. We've got... disenchanting's at 61. Enchanting's at 248. Jewel crafting's at 230. Leatherworking 202. Tailoring's at 237. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't like having to, I really don't like having to kite where I was on my wizard. That's like it's like the only place you can really go, but yeah, those mobs, because they're big, are kind of a pain in the butt to kite. Sounds too easy. What, all the crafting? Crafting is easy to about 200 skill. After that, it becomes much more difficult. Like 230, it becomes very difficult for pretty much every craft. Selling the mats is a great way to make money lower levels. Yeah, I mean, crafting is good. There's nothing wrong with it. I think it's in a decent place. It needs tweaking for sure, but it's not in a bad place. Both Pantheon and MnM opted for the shallow and acceptable crafting. I think Pantheon went too far with it. And I don't think that MnM has gone far enough with it. I think, like, I don't know. Crafting is about where it should be in Monsters and Memories. It's just simple. It's very simple. Throw items into kit, click combine, done. Like, there's nothing else to it. But yeah, I don't like what Pantheon did because it was like you had to go out and find the what's it called? You had to find the schematics from the chest and stuff, and I just I don't know, something about that just I didn't like it. Really didn't like it. How crafting is encourages social interaction. Unless you try hard like me and do all the skills, can make everything. Well, that's what it does more than it requires a social interaction. It makes it to where people just prefer to do all the crafts. Right? That will-o-wisp is like extra bright. Made high levels loop. Whoop. Hey, wisp dust. Look at that. Whoops. Where is the... Here we go. Made high levels loop for crates that would actually benefit people leveling in the zone. You talking about in Pantheon? Yeah, they definitely went to loot the crates, and it was really dumb. Not very well thought out, and yeah, just bad. Bad all around. Oh, yay, I'm going to start a big train here again, because, you know, why not? Pantheon is making crafting easy to get everything to 60 now, then specialize. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know how I feel about the crafting system in Pantheon. Like, you can do the basic crafts to get up to the next tier. Then you can specialize to get up higher than that. I don't know. I don't know if I dislike that or if I like that. You know, I wouldn't say it's a bad way to do it, but I don't think it'd be my preferred way to do it. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of Pantheon and what they're doing with most of the game. Like, crafting aside, that's just one part of it that I'm not a fan of. Is this guy special? This robed cultist? I feel like he's special. Or are there multiple robed cultists? How do you see the gear specs? Hold down, right click on it. Like, pick an item and hold right click. and it'll pop that up. Or you can like shift, no, alt click on it, I think also does that. I think it's alt click. Let's see, alt, no. Yeah, alt click, yeah. Will also do it. Pretty happy with the lack of game-breaking bugs so far. Yeah, there's not a lot of game-breaking bugs. Like they just make it to where you can't play. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a lot of those, which is nice. Can't remember if one of these can spawn out here or not, so we're going to check. Aside from that one a couple days ago? Which one a couple days ago? Yeah, oh, that was crashing the cities? Yeah, I mean, that didn't make the game not playable. It was really annoying. I agree with that. But get out of the city and you were fine. But yeah, very annoying. Sorry, I was listening to see if it's raining. I feel like it is raining, but I don't know. I just looked at my phone and it's not showing that we have rain, but it sounds like it's raining a little bit. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday was Sunday. I didn't stream at all yesterday. I was like super tired. So I actually took a nap for like 4 hours yesterday while it was raining. It was fantastic. It is raining? I thought I heard the rain, but then my phone is saying that it's 80 degrees and sunny. Oh, no, it just changed. It just changed. It's 78 degrees and raining. Man, I kind of want to take a nap again. That nap yesterday felt so stinking good. I was so happy about my nap. I laid down and fell asleep, and I was out for hours. It was great. I don't know why I was so tired. But I was super duper tired. Who do you trust, phone or I? Well, I could hear, I thought I heard it raining, but then I was like, maybe that's just the fan. Maybe that's just the fan. And my windows currently, my shades are closed, so I can't see outside. But man, I'm now inclined to go take a nap. Just end my stream and go take a nap. Hours? It's not a nap? It's not a nap, but oh my God, it felt great. I literally slept for probably 3 or 4 hours yesterday. And I needed it. Naps are good for your health. I think short naps are good for your health. 3 to 4 hour naps, I don't think so much. That's what every pet I've had told me. Yes, that's true. Pets definitely take a lot of naps. Gotta listen to the body. Yeah, you do. That's true. I really needed it. I went out driving, so I do Uber and Lyft on the weekends sometimes. And last weekend, I went out Friday night and Saturday night and drove for like 8 to 12 hours. I don't remember exactly how long, but it was a lot of driving. And yeah, I was out till like 1 a.m. or something. And I needed the sleep. So that's what I did on Sunday. I played games. I think I played this for a couple hours, just kind of goofing off. And I was getting tired, and I was like, I'm just going to lay down and take a nap. So I did. I need to do more of that. Just in general, more of the things that are better for my health and relationships. Like a lot of people just, they sacrifice that stuff. I do it all the time too. Where, I'm constantly doing things that are just bad for me. You got to take time sometimes and do stuff that's better for you. Like sitting there playing games, that's fun, but sometimes you got to turn off the old brain, Just space out. Oh, look at that. We already got an arcane frond and a magic frond. My goodness. Your brain turns off constantly? Mine does too. Like mid sentence, mid thought. My brain's like, yeah, we're not going to finish that. We're not going to finish that today. That is a thought for another time. Nothing heals better than sleep. I agree with that too. I think laughter and sleep, like just being happy, heals so much. Happiness heals is what I like to say. Because like, think about it. If you're happy and you're enjoying life and that kind of thing, I feel like you tend to heal faster. If you're sad and you're just like, I don't like where I'm at or whatever, you heal much slower. A bright sunny day. It's funny. I had a friend of mine a while ago, and she said, like, she was like, man, I don't feel good today or something. She was talking to her mom about it. And her mom just told her, go get a banana, sit outside and eat the banana. And you'll feel better. And it's like, I mean, it makes sense. Sunshine and the potassium from a banana, both of those things are needed and probably getting not much of. Does it have to be a banana? It has to be a banana, specifically a banana, because it's got potassium in it, which is good. So you get the vitamin D from the sun. Is it vitamin D or no vitamin? What vitamin comes from the sun? Is it vitamin E? I always get them mixed up. I'm definitely 100% your health guru over here. Energy drink count? No, not so much. Energy drinks are not really that great for you. Most people would pay $1,000 for that advice. A lot of people would. Vitamin D, it is for the sun, D? Okay. I thought it was D, and that's why you have the Sunny D, right? Which is orange juice. But like, yeah, getting a glass of orange juice and sitting outside is also very good for you. It's just about getting the right vitamins. Speaking of vitamins, I haven't taken my vitamins today. Gotta slam them down because they stick together. I got gummy vitamins right here. But yeah. Sunny D, yeah. Sunny D is high. It's got a high amount of vitamin D in it. That's why it's called Sunny D. The rest is pure sugar. That is also true. That is also very true. It's mostly sugar. Mostly sugar with some vitamin. You thought it was Sunny Delight? It is Sunny Delight, but it's Sunny D. Actually, is it even called Sunny Delight anymore, or is it just Sunny D now? I don't think I've ever heard anybody refer to it in Sunny Delight for a long time. With a bit of wet. Yes, it's got a bit of liquid in it. My son, he finally realized there are things other than water. And Sunny D is one of those things. So my girlfriend buys Sunny D, mostly for her daughter, but, you know, every once in a while I have some or she'll have some or whatever. Her daughter is like allergic to water. Not really, but she seems like it because she just won't drink it. She'll drink anything but water if possible. My son, on the other hand, is like, I want water all the time, like just always water. But recently, he tried Sunny D the other day. And my son doesn't understand sipping on things and like having a beverage that you sip on for the flavor of it versus drinking things because you're thirsty. Because all he ever drank really is water. He doesn't drink anything but water. So when he's thirsty, he chugs water. And he just thinks everything you drink, you're supposed to just chug a bunch of it. So the other day, my girlfriend's daughter got some Sunny D, and he's like, hey, can I have some Sunny D? I'm like, yeah, sure. So we pour him a glass. He chugged like the entire thing. I'm like, dude, you just literally just chugged a bunch of sugar. Like, you get Sunny D to sip on it, not to quench your thirst. In fact, most of those drinks are just going to make you thirstier because they have mostly sugar in them. So it's just going to make you super thirsty. So we're still working on that, trying to get him to understand. Chug the water, sip the good tasting drink. It's just D for a long time? Yeah, I thought it was just Sunny D for a long time. She'll drink water if she thinks she's dying? Yes, exactly. If she is like dehydrated to the point that her lips are chapped and like her like she's like chafing, then she's like, okay, I'll have a sip of water. It's crazy. Other than that, it's soda or Sunny D or some sort of Kool-Aid, anything that's got sugar in it. That girl is like a walking, talking diabetes case. So hopefully as she gets older, she doesn't form diabetes or develop diabetes, whatever they call it. But holy moly. She loves that sugar. But now, yeah, like I was saying, my son, though, like he gets Sunny D and he's just like, go. Can I have some more Sunny D? No, drink water, dude. Drink some water and then sip on the Sunny D. Drives me up the wall. Almost all Americans are dehydrated every day. We are. Yeah, you're right. Speaking of which, I got my big old thing of water right here. Water. What are you going to do about it? How much Mage Bloom do I need? Needed like 50? I think I need 50 Mage Bloom, give or take. So we're going to get 50. 50 years old. How do you get a key for this game? Go to their website and opt in for the beta. And every Friday, they roll out a bunch of beta invites. This last Friday, they gave out 1,000 beta invites. Well, technically they gave out 3,000 beta invites because they gave out 1,000 PvE, 500 PvP, and with each of those they gave one free or one friend invite that you could give to a friend. So technically they gave out 3,000 invites on Friday. Open beta is this weekend. Yeah, if you want to play, if you don't want to wait, well, you still have to wait. You're going to have to wait till Friday. But open beta is this Friday. And it lasts until for 10 days or something. So you'll be able to play it then. I'm still debating if I'm going to play it this weekend or not. I might. I might not. I kind of want to play some single player games I haven't played in a while. I might stream some of those. I saw that Coke Carnage is playing Death Stranding 2. I still need to play through that. I did not play it. I started to play it at release, and then I spaced out and didn't end up continuing. I also want to play the new Mario Wonder stuff. I got the Mario Wonder DLC, and I've been doing the single player part of that. I want to do some of the multiplayer part of it. I can't get my son to want to do it though. He'll be over here again this weekend. I might try to get him to play it. Kingdom Hearts 4, the only single player game I'm looking forward to. When is that coming out? I played all the Kingdom Hearts games. In fact, when Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, I did a full playthrough and stream of all of the Kingdom Hearts games for the first time. I had never played them prior to that. So I played through all of them. And watched the movie. Because there is a Kingdom Hearts movie. I guess I didn't play whatever that game is. There's a game that you can either play the game or watch the movie. And I think I just watched the movie. Because it was on like the Game Boy or something. I don't know. It was on something. But yeah, I like the Kingdom Hearts games. They're fun. I need to play through Solasta 2, the early access of that. Final Fantasy 15 is a game and movie. Yeah, I love Final Fantasy games. Love them. Final Fantasy 15 though was awful. I just did not like it. Had to watch the pre-game movie to know what was going on in Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, it was... The whole thing was just... It was bad. I actually just showed my girlfriend for the first time the Conan O'Brien bad game review or bad gamer review or whatever. Yeah, 15 was the boy band one. Yeah. But he did the bad review of that game, and I'm like, he nailed it. He told him before the game even came out, before it released. I think it was him and Elijah Wood were playing it, and they were just making fun of it the entire time. and they still release the game in that state. Like crazy. Why do I have these shadows on me? What the heck? Yeah, the visuals in Final Fantasy 15 were good. I did like the visuals. But yeah, I don't know. Tried so many times to play through 15, I can't. Yeah, I did play through it. I played through the entire game. And I would not recommend it to anyone. I'm going to clear aggro real quick. Real quickly. There is a demake of 16. Wait, a demake? Do you mean remake or? I want Final Fantasy US 3, Final Fantasy 6. I really want them to remake that. Good afternoon. How you doing, Don? Story doesn't matter to you if you don't watch the anime movie first. Well, yeah, that might be why I didn't like it. 6 is the absolute best. Yeah, Final Fantasy 6 is the best Final Fantasy ever made. 7 is the best if you never played 6, I guess. Like 7 was good, and I liked 7, but I think 7 was only good. Like the big reason for it was because it was 3D. You know, it's got like the new upgraded graphics, and it was on the PlayStation, which was a big deal at the time, and just had a lot of things going for it. But yeah, 6 was the best overall story and character building, all of that stuff. Demakes are a thing? What is a demake? Is that where you take like the newer game and then you make it like an older game, so it's like a old school style of the newer game? I don't think I've ever done those. Has a demake on the NES. Yeah, but like, what does that mean? They took the exact same story and the characters and everything, but just made it play as if it was on the original system? Six was the best main franchise title. 10 was close. Tactics was the best Final Fantasy. You think so? 10 was good. I enjoyed 10. I really liked 10. 10 was the last one that I felt like was a good Final Fantasy game. 8 and 9 were okay for what they did. 7 was really good. 6 was best in my opinion. 5, 4, 3, and 2 were all decent. And then 1 was phenomenal as well. I loved 1. 1 just didn't have like, I didn't feel like it had as much of a story. It had a story, but it 6 was the one that I was like, man, this thing has a crazy cool story with like a lot of different characters with different storylines, the story arcs and all that. That was really cool. We're not talking about the MMOs. I mean, we could talk about the MMOs, but really enjoyed Tactics with the family. I mean, Final Fantasy Tactics was a good game. Yeah, it's a very good game. I wish more companies made more of those tactic games like that were that good. I played a lot of those like Final Fantasy Tactic type games, and they're just not nearly as good. I would say 9 was the best, but I think it just hit the right time for my life. I have a friend of mine that thought 9 was great. Yeah. The ones that made the most money are also the best. 13, 12, 10, 9, 7, and 6. Yeah, 13, is that the order that they made, or is that just the number order? Because you just did them numerically backwards. 13, I thought would have been a good game if it wasn't so dang linear. It was just way too linear. What am I doing? I'm collecting Mage Bloom. These right here. So I'm running around in a circle collecting Mage Bloom while I chat with you guys. Final Fantasy 5 and Tactics. I enjoy the job-based ones where you can switch jobs. Did you guys ever play that? What's that? JRPG that's on the Switch where you could switch jobs around and stuff. Oh my God, what was the name of it? I forget the name of it now, but yeah. In order of most money, made 13. 13 made the most. Wow. It was very hyped at the time. No, not triangle strategy, not that. It was those are good games though. I need to play the Octopath Traveler 0. I haven't played that one yet. God, what was the name of it? I'd have to go look at my Switch. "13 was hot garbage." I didn't like the linearness of it. Really hated how linear that game was. Like that was just awful. Yes, Bravely Default. Yes, that's it. Bravely Default. That was a really good game. I really enjoyed that game. 13 was only good if you played all 3 games. I played the first one and I didn't pick up. Well, no, I played X or 13-2. I think I played that one. I don't think I played the one after that. I was like, fool me once, fool me again, fool me a third time. I'm not going to fall for it or something. I don't know. No, I just never played the third one because I was like, the first 2 were kind of... That's not a good business model. I know, right? The first one should be good so they hook you and then make you want to play the rest. Which they did do with Final Fantasy 1. That hooked me when I was like 8 years old. I don't remember how. Let me think. Final Fantasy. Yeah, I was probably about 8 or 9 when I played that. Maybe 10. Yeah. It's like the Hobbit movies. The only decent one is the third one. Of the Hobbit? Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. The Hobbit movies were kind of boring. Lord of the Rings were good. But The Hobbit, yeah, I didn't enjoy those nearly as much. You thought all the Lord of the Rings were bad? I enjoyed them for what they were. I enjoyed all of them. Phantasy Star was good as well. I never got into Phantasy Star. Might and Magic were fun. Yeah, Might and Magic and Heroes of Might and Magic. I really enjoyed those. Yes, that's exactly what they did. They took the Lord of the Rings movies. They tried to make it like one book, one movie for the original 3. Then they took the shortest book, which was The Hobbit, and stretched that into 3 movies, which is crazy. Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire was really popular back when Final Fantasy was coming out, and I thought Breath of Fire was a really cool idea, but I never really got into it. Chrono Trigger was really good. Yeah, I enjoyed Chrono Trigger and Secret of Mana. Really enjoyed both of those. It was made by Capcom, yeah. Which is kind of weird because didn't Capcom try to make like a Street Fighter non-fighting game? I know Mortal Kombat did. They tried to make like Mortal Kombat a non-fighting, like almost RPG-esque Mortal Kombat game. Regarding the fighter, where does its power lie if it is one of the slimmest varieties of active abilities? Auto attack. Like most melee classes in this game are very reliant on auto attack. So that's where most of their damage and stuff comes from. The abilities oftentimes for those classes are utility based. For other classes are utility based. So very few damage from them, or very little damage. Was playing Final Fantasy VI while my cool friends were playing Secret of Mana. I played them both. Yeah, I played both of those. Like, I loved those games. The thief in Breath of Fire, Karn, was black in Japan, and they bleached him white for US because of stereotypes. Did they really? Seems weird. Hey, thank you so much for the Speed of the Wild. Look at that. We're just going to keep running around then for a little while longer. Since we're having fun chatting and running around in circles, we might as well continue it. You ever play 7th Saga? I didn't play that, no. Speed of the Wild, just a buff someone can cast on you? Yes, it is. It is cast by druids, shaman, rangers, and beastmasters currently. It is going away probably on, well, I'm 99% sure it's going away on beastmaster. I think it's going to be going away kind of for all those classes. So many classes to choose from. Can't decide. Well, what do you want to play? Like, what do you want to do ultimately in the game? And I can help you decide. Normally play healer, support, or mages. So healer, there's 3 different healers. I would recommend shaman right now. I don't know if that's going to change in the future. But if you want to go pure healing, cleric. If you want a future proof, I'll tell you what to do. So if you want to be the best healer in the game, cleric. If you want to be a healer with a lot of support, shaman. And if you want to have a healer with a lot of utility, druid. I consider utility and support to be different things for different reasons. if you want to play like a good mage type class, I think that the wizard's going to end up being really fun and good as far as like a mage is concerned, like the straight spellcaster. But if you want to have a pet, then I think the necromancer and the elementalist are going to be in a good spot in the future. Seventh Saga is pretty amazing besides being so hard. 7 different RPGs in the same game, really? That's cool. I kind of want to play like Octopath Traveler 0. Would that be a fun game to stream, you think? Would you guys be interested in that? Because I love those kind of games, so just old school style RPG games. And I think it would kind of fit the theme of what we're going for with the stream right now, which is old school MMORPG. I don't know. I'm looking for stuff to do outside of just play MnM. Like, I'm enjoying MnM. It's not that I don't want to play it. But until the game comes out in early access, you know, so there's only so much you can do. So I need to look at that. And people are starting to, like, raid log in this game as well. Find someone to play with and play Raft. Raft is fun. Raft is a lot of fun. I would love to do more of those kind of games. I got some people I can play those with. It would be evening streams, though. That's the issue with them, is I wouldn't be able to play or stream those usually during the day. The morning I stream because I oftentimes don't have people to play with. So I stream and just do, you know, random stuff that way. But in the evenings, I have a lot of people I can play games with. Fell Seal, Arbiter's Mass, or Arbiter's Mark, is the game most like Final Fantasy Tactics. It's $20 from PSN Store. Interesting. Picking up flowers? That's what I'm doing today, yeah. That's what I'm doing right now. Normally I would use this time to play my wizard, but I died on my wizard and it kind of frustrated me, and I don't know if I want to keep playing that right now. But I also want to level up my alchemy, so I'm currently leveling up alchemy by, well, not leveling alchemy, but I'm getting all the herbs to level my alchemy right now. Just received my invite to the PvP server. I want to roll a Shadow Knight, but I'm kind of lost on character creation. You think the wiki would provide enough details to guide you? No, I do not. But I can guide you here if you would like, Grick. What kind of questions do you have? Not a lot of options on character creation right now really matter, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. I would dump points into as a Shadow Knight. Well, on the PvP server, are you wanting to PvP? Or are you just wanting to PvE, but you're just on the PvP server? Just all depends. Is there any penalty for dying on PvP or PvE? Yes, on PvP or PvE. The penalty for dying, there's a penalty for on both. On PvE, you drop your corpse on the ground and you lose, and you have to recover your corpse. And you lose 10% of the current level that you are in. 10% experience for the current level you're in. In PvP, you don't lose the experience, but you do drop all your stuff on the ground, and the other player that killed you can loot all of your coin. So those are the penalties. Do all races and classes get to pick Infravision, Ultravision as feats of strength during character creation? No. All of them do not get that. Infravision is exclusive to some races. Ultravision is exclusive to some races. And there are some races that cannot get either of those. Human being one of them. Human does not get infravision or ultravision. But it does get tenacity. So, yeah. But they can't take your gear. In PvP, they cannot take your gear, no. They can only take your coin. But they could also camp your corpse if they want to. If they want to be a real jerk, they could kill you and then camp your corpse. And every time you come back, they can kill you again and again and again. That doesn't happen very often in the PvP, but it can happen, which is why I don't like the PvP. There's a lot of things that will happen in the future when you get the wrong players in the game. Right now, it's mostly filled with people that are just wanting to play the game and have fun and hang out. It's mostly what you have. But I think that once the game goes into early access, you're going to have a lot more people that aren't there to just enjoy the PvE side of things. They're going to be there to make it as miserable as possible for other players. We're on the internet. It's going to happen. No matter how much people think that it won't happen, it will happen. What are the plans for going live? All the beta progress is gone? Yes, all beta progress will be wiped clean at the start of early access. All fresh, brand new servers. Griefers? Yeah, exactly. Just let me play. Like, I see that coming. I mean, prove me wrong, please. Hopefully I am wrong about certain things in this game. But I have yet to be proven wrong thus far. Well, I know I've been proven wrong on a couple things that I wasn't aware of in the game. Just didn't know about. I guess I wasn't really proven wrong. It's just that I didn't know. And somebody told me, and I was like, oh, cool. But yeah, griefers are absolutely going to be a thing. They're like, just because they aren't now, and that's kind of what people are saying. Oh, the PvP server is fine. It's mostly nice people and mostly this, mostly, and it's like, yeah, well, you got to think, how many players are on the PvP server? How many people have access to it? How many of those people actually want to PvP? You got to factor all that into it. And right now, the PvP server is not really a PvP server. It's more like a PvE server that people can actually get into by opting into the beta. Because you opt into the beta on the PvE server, you have a 1 in 17,000 chance of getting into it. If you opt in on the PvP server, you have about like a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting into it. So you have a 17 times higher chance of getting into the PvP server than you do the PvE server. So of course people are going to opt in for the PvP server. They have a much higher chance of getting in. It's not rocket science. You don't gotta think about it too hard to understand why people are doing it. All of your characters you showed today would be wiped in the next few months. Yes, every character that I've played today, every character that is available to play right now will be wiped October 1st. All new, brand new characters. That's why it's kind of silly right now how some of these guilds are doing it. There are people that are super duper hardcore, and they get super mad if they don't get their drops and if they don't get their raid bosses or whatever. They're taking it really seriously. Now, that's in beta. So in beta, people, we care. Sure, I want to have the gear and I want to be able to do the stuff and all that, to experience it. Sure. But I'm going to be way more into it for early access. Right now, the reason I don't do raids, somebody asked me earlier, I think it was Kuda or Kuda, whatever, asked me earlier why I don't do and show the raids. The main reason is because they're not worth doing right now, and they're just a headache. And come early access, that'll be a different story. But yeah, people are taking it pretty seriously. Is it bad taste to ask for a friend token on the official Discord? I'd like to get my hands on this. It's not bad taste, but people are going to respond to you if you ask on the Discord, hey, does anybody have a key? A friend code or whatever. People are going to be like, you and everybody else, and they're just going to pick on you for it, honestly. But as long as you don't mind people picking on you about it, then yeah, go for it. But there's a lot of people asking for access on the Discord. A lot of people looking for it. They're practicing? Yeah, they're practicing for rushing to a boss. Here's the thing, though. The raid content in this game is not geared for raids. There's one fight, two fights total that require more than one group. One of them doesn't have any gear whatsoever on it. Like it doesn't actually drop gear. So that one's irrelevant. And it's very challenging. The other one does drop really good gear. So it's worth doing, but it's still not tuned perfectly. It could use a tuning pass. So the other stuff, the other 3 raids that are currently in the game are basically just who tags it first and then kill it. That's it. It's literally just it's a spam fest of who can tag the mob first. And that's it. Literally all there is to it. Because it can be all of them, the other 3 mobs can be killed with one group. Well, I guess 2 of those. One of them you do have to collect, you have to spawn it. So you have to collect items to actually spawn the boss. And instead of them who can tag the boss first, they're playing a game of who can tag the mobs that drop the items to spawn the boss first. It's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. I could show it to you guys if you guys want to see the poop show that is happening of that. We can go and look at it. It's every night at 6 p.m. game time. People show up and kite mobs around and kill them. On the off chance that they will drop a scepter, and when you get all 4 scepters, you can spawn a raid boss. That's how it currently works. I haven't shown it because, it's kind of, there's a little bit of gatekeeping going on there. There's a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Discovery. People don't want to be told how to do everything in the game, so I'm kind of not making videos on that because, it kind of defeats it for some people. But it needs to be changed. I'm interested to see how many start on the new server at official 1.0 launch of this game. I don't know. That's going to be tough. I think this game is going to be the best time to play this game is going to be the launch of early access. That's when the best time to play this game will be. The launch of 1.0 will be fun, right? It could be a very fun experience. However, by the time 1.0 comes out, there will be so much known about the game, like best XP routes, best classes, best items to get for the most part. And then people are just going to know exactly where to go and what to do. It's going to be basically like like an EverQuest 1 TLP server. So right now and early access would be the best time to play this game. And then the idea is that about every 3 months or so, once early access starts, around every 3 months or so, they're going to be adding in new content. So about every 3 months, you have something new to do. That's the idea. Now, the problem is that going to be new stuff for higher levels, lower levels, or every level? And it's supposed to be new stuff for a variety of levels. So when early access does start, you're going to have people getting to level 60, clearing out all the raid content, and then 3 months in, there may not be any new raids. And then what are you going to do? You're going to sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Those players are not going to have things to do. The hardcore top end players. So yeah, we'll have to see what they actually do with it. Can they also choose not to consume that info? They can, yes. They can absolutely choose not to. It's a weird thing that people are upset about, is sharing the information and it gets out on YouTube or it gets out on a guide on the wiki or whatever. You know, it gets out there in a variety of ways. People hate you for it. They hate you for posting it. They hate you for spreading that information. But it's really no different than playing the game and having somebody in the game tell you about it. You know? It's the same exact thing. So, I don't know. I think people, they just need to understand that sharing the information, it's going to happen. That information's going to get out. Whether they want it to or not, it's going to get out. But people get super upset with it. Then there's the people on the opposite side of that. And sometimes it's the same people. This is the funniest one, is when it's the same people. People that tell you they don't want videos, they don't want walkthroughs on websites, they don't want any of that information out there. But they also, some of the same people also say, why are you gatekeeping? Stop gatekeeping stuff. And you're like, wait a minute. You want me to tell you, but you don't want me to tell you. What? Makes no sense. You understand? I understand both arguments, but not from the same person. That's the funny part. Some people are like, I don't like gatekeeping. Tell me everything about the game. Cool. And another person's like, don't tell me anything about the game. I want to figure it out myself. Cool. But the person that says, I don't want you to gatekeep, but I don't want you to put it on the internet so that other people can know how to do it. What? Makes no sense. But there are people that are literally in both camps. It is crazy. Yeah, you can't make everyone happy. I'm not trying to make everyone happy. I'm not trying at all. Not at all. Just make you happy? Yeah. Exactly. Now, I gave up trying to make everyone happy a long time ago. What do we got? 20, 40, 61 Mage Bloom. Oh, boy. Tell me everything that make you feel like you figured it out yourself. Yeah. I think those people that want... So there's the people that don't want people to gatekeep, but also don't want things posted on YouTube or like a publicly on the internet, like a wiki page or whatever. Those people want people to get in game and figure it out in game, but it's like if you know in game, you can like show other players. Hey, do you know where this mob spawns or where this item is? And people shout and they figure it out. They chat with themselves in game. The problem with that logic is Well, where did the person that you are chatting to in game get the information from? Right? Like if somebody sends me a tell, hey, I saw that you had X item. Where did that come from? And I say it comes from this boss located in this zone. Right? Well, did I get the information from a website or a YouTube channel, or did I figure it out on my own, or did I ask somebody else? Like, where did that information come from originally? So eventually it comes down to somebody figured it out. When you get all the way down to the very first person, they had to figure it out. And that person may or may not want to gatekeep. They may want to go, you know what, you go figure it out on your own, or you know what, I'm willing to share this in a YouTube video. You never know. Like, where did all this information come from? So I don't know. I think it's kind of silly. The whole argument's silly. Big thing right now is I want the fundamentals done. This includes trade skill classes. They aren't there yet. They're still getting there. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I agree. The classes, they're getting their big overhaul now. I feel like they are already going too slowly with it. Since they announced that they're doing the overhaul in classes, it's been 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It's been a couple weeks. It's been at least 2. I think it's been 3. It might have been 4. And it's like in 4 weeks, let's say it's been 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, the only thing that they've really done is come out with what we're planning to do and a deep dive into one class that we've seen, right? Like they claim that they have stuff on the internal testing and it's being tested, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't trust their internal testing. I'm going to be honest about it. I don't trust their internal testing because it is proven to not be great in the past. There are things that come to the beta server, to the alpha server, that just haven't been great. And 5 minutes of internal testing could have kind of shown that. So a lot of times that's not great. Now on the alpha server, it made sense because they kind of use the alpha server as their test environment, and they didn't do like internal testing and then just put it out on the alpha server. And they're like, okay, you guys on the alpha server, suffer through it. Beta server can kind of be looked at that way too, but they're saying that they're doing stuff internally and they're testing it internally. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Internal testing, though, has not been very good so far in this game. What class is this? Pretty new. This is a fighter. You can see the class of a character. I know it's really small. So if you find their health bar, wherever that may be, they can move it around because you can drag it and move it or whatever. But their class is always right up here next to their name. So their name is here on the health bar, and then fighter level 60 right up there on the top. I would honestly use the beta server for testing classes. It's perfect. I think so too. I don't feel like it. I don't know what word to use here, but I don't feel like it was a good idea to test these things out internally, other than to make sure they function. Like, I don't know what their extent of testing they're doing internally, but just to make sure that when you hit the button, the spell goes off and it does what it's supposed to do. That is the extent, I think, of internal testing for this game and what it should be. Then, as soon as they can, they need to get it out to the beta servers. And then say, okay, guys, it's on the beta server. Do what you're going to do with it and let us know. Because people are going to break it. For example, the Beastmaster. When the Beastmaster, prior to the changes that they made for early or for beta, in the alpha, the Beastmaster was made in such a way, whatever, and it was an okay class. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad. Then on the beta, they made a big change, and we absolutely broke it because the health on the Beastmaster pets, as you get higher level, became crazy high, and then you could also, if your pet dies, you could resummon it in like 3 seconds, and it had 60% of its health, which was crazy high. So it was basically like an unkillable pet. It was ridiculous. That did not get tested internally. Clearly, it did not get tested. And the problem with it, though, was in beta, they left it in the beta far too long in a broken state. And I say the same thing about Charm. They left that in the beta far too long. It was a problem in alpha, and they continued to let it go into the beta, and it's still a problem in beta. So this is the problems that I'm seeing, is that their internal testing is not, they're not catching the things quickly enough, and they're sending them to the beta server anyway. And then in the beta server, they just need to be, the turnaround needs to be a lot faster. Now, it is beta. It's all going to get wiped. It's not really that big a deal. But the problem is if they can't pick up the pace in beta, how do we know they're going to pick up the pace in early access? You know, yes, they are going to be getting paid. So you would hope that people would be on the ball and, you know, more attentive to things. But, yeah. We are the internal testing team. They actually do have internal testers. They do. And it's the dev team, as well as I think a few like internal testers that are just testers. Like that's all they do. But I don't know how much they actually play. I would love to be an internal tester for the game. You know, show me something and I'll just go and test it. Give me the tools that the developers have so that I can gear my character out, put it whatever level I'm supposed to be to do the content, and test it. Then also the other issue with the internal testers and developer testers is the developers are creating the game in a specific way that they expect it to be played. So they have a predetermined bias on how it should be played in the game. So then when they go to test it, they're like, this is what a player is supposed to do and will do when they actually get into the game. But we as gamers know that is not the case. We as the gamers are going to go, okay, this is what they intend for us to do, but is there an easier way to do it? Yes or no? If there is, we're going to do it. We're going to find it, and we're going to abuse it. That's just how players are. So having devs do internal testing, it's good for little things like, does spell cast when I press it? Does it do the amount of damage it's supposed to? You know, does this ability function how it is supposed to? And that's it. That's literally all the testing they need to do. They don't need to do a lot of testing outside of that, because we're going to break it anyway. And that's why I say, and I have said for a while now, they need to get these classes, these updated classes out much sooner. They're going to have to put out 3 classes a week, in my opinion, starting now, actually out to the servers so that we can break them, so that they can fix them. If they get out 3 classes a week and they're fixing those as they are adding in the new ones, so, you know, kind of doing them in tandem, that means that they're going to get out all the classes by the end of June. So that gives them August to fix all the classes. 1 month to fix all the ways in which we break these classes, which is inevitable, is going to happen. We're going to be breaking these classes. We're going to find bugs in them. We're going to find imbalance in them. We're going to find all sorts of issues. So they're going to have 1 month to fix all of them, then lock the build for September to then actually launch the game in October. That's the timeline that I'm seeing, and I don't know how they're going to do it. Not at the current pace that they're going. They're not going to do it. The original Monk Feigned Death and EQ was never meant to be used as a pooling tool. Was it not? Yeah. But to my point, like you're saying, yeah, it was, as the devs created it as just a Feigned Death, you know, kind of thing. It was never meant to be a pooling tool, but it turned into one. And I think that same thing is going to happen with this game. You know, the way in which that we play it is going to be different than the way the devs intended it to be played. So we'll just have to see what they do. I break stuff and push boundaries a lot. Sorry, I swore in my last message it was flagged for being checked. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I just try to keep it family friendly. Sometimes it slips through. But I appreciate you rewording it. But yeah, that's how I look at it. I mean, I know people that have broken all sorts of things in this game. Now, here's the other issue that I'm seeing lately is people are trying to break the game, trying to bend the rules because it is beta, and they are doing things like exploits that are clearly exploits, and then being like, but it's beta. I need to be able to, I need to be able to recreate it to prove that it is a problem. And if I can't recreate it, but I can do it once, it's still a problem, because doing it once means that it can probably be done again, under the right circumstances, right? So that's a whole other issue. And I think, right now, some people are kind of saying, well, we are testing like the play nice policy, which I think is just kind of a disaster in itself at the moment. But they're testing to see how the devs are going to react to issues with the play nice policy. So they're just petitioning every 5 seconds. Anytime somebody does anything wrong, petition. Just constantly petition. And then people are also getting their accounts suspended or banned for using exploits or things like that. And it's like, okay, well, should you not be fixing those exploits that have been in the game for months that we know are in the game? New people are learning about them. They're not realizing that they're exploits or what, I don't know. That whole thing is just another wrench being thrown in. The idea is cool. People should replicate and report. If people use the idea, I'm just beta testing, it's an excuse for everything to abuse. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem, Quackums. That's how I look at it too. But it's a tough spot to be in. It's a really tough spot to be in. The devs are not making it easy for themselves. Like to say, how far can I go with boxing before I get caught? Well, I'm trying to help the devs figure out different ways to catch people for boxing. Like, are you just trying to get an advantage in beta? Like, which way are you going with it? Same thing with macroing, mouse and keyboard macros. Are you doing it to try to get caught so that the devs fix it? Or are you doing it because it gives you an advantage? Or are you doing it because of quality of life? There's multiple different ways you can look at it. People that are exploiting like in-game exploits, like pathing exploits. Well, you know that it's a pathing exploit, but do you know that you shouldn't be doing it? That's another thing. That's where the warnings come in, right? That's where they're supposed to have warnings. You get caught doing an exploit once, we'll warn you. You get caught doing an exploit again, they're going to ban you. Well, is it the same exploit? Or what if it's a different exploit? I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to do this other exploit, right? You told me I can't do this one, but you didn't tell me I can't do this one. People play dumb as much as they possibly can. It's a whole thing. Is boxing prohibited or just disabled on the same PC? Boxing is prohibited. You can absolutely multi-box on the same PC right now very easily just by opening up a second client. That's it. Open up a second client, play game. However, it is prohibited on the server. So you cannot multi-box. That's one PC or multiple PCs. It doesn't matter how many computers you have. It's one player, one computer. Is this a named? What is this guy? Oh, wow. This guy's level 60. That's an interesting guy. I don't think I've ever seen him before. I'll have to look it up. It is, what's his name again? He's the portal trainer. So you have to go to him to buy the spell to port over here? Is that what it's supposed to be for? Or you're supposed to do that anyway? Just another person to buy Shaded Dunes portal. Yeah, I think you're supposed to, in the future, you're supposed to actually have to travel to those locations to buy the spells. Hey, there's Assault Lash. Look at that. It's a really good weapon. Very solid weapon. I guess the wizard trainer sells all that, right? I hope that makes... Yeah. The wizard... Currently, you can buy all the spells from the wizard trainer except for one. Yeah, I think that you should have to travel to them, though, to actually unlock them. I like that idea, and I think they should do that in the future. But I don't think you should have to, like... I think it should be a quest. Like, not just go to location, buy item. I think it should be a quest. And you have to, like... talk to somebody. Hey, I learned my gate spell, and then I can now learn how to teleport to a different location. Okay, well, to learn how to teleport to that location, I need you to get the coordinates of that location by traveling to it and bring those coordinates back to me, and I will teach you how to blah blah blah, whatever, And you do that from your wizard trainer, and then the wizard trainer gives you a piece of paper and a parchment. And then you go to the location and you inspect the location or something. You do something there at that location to then get the information that you need. And then you bring it back to the wizard trainer. And then you say, hey, I have done this. I've got the location. Now teach me how to make a portal that opens to that said location. I think that would be a really cool way to do it. Why there's not more quests like that in the game, I don't know. Most of the quests seem a bit silly right now. Yeah, there's a few good ones. There's a few. I might make a video on one of the quests. Actually, I could do that. I don't think I'm gonna do that today because I don't know if I'm gonna stream for too much longer today. We'll see. See how the day goes. But yeah, I could do a quest maybe tomorrow. a really long quest. We could walk through the whole thing, and then I could break it up into a YouTube video. There's another reason I made my wizard, by the way, because my wizard can get around to do stuff easier. Today's gamers, I feel like that'll be one dude makes the runs, then everyone else begs that one dude for the free ride. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That'll end up being how it happens, is like one dude makes the run, and then I'm now going to teleport all the other wizards to that location just to buy the spell. Or people would just buy the spell and then take it back to town and sell it to somebody. That's why I want it to be a quest. Really want it to be a quest. Friend that I invited recently learned she can befriend the Ashira. You can. I am friends with the Ashira. That's the wrong button to push. Faction right here. I am comrade with Dinu Lakum and Dinu Mimza, which are the Ashira. The Binu Dai up here that I am seething with, that is a different group of Ashira. But I am friends with the Ashira inside of Telekir. So I can walk around inside of Telekir without aggro, which is nice. Okay, let's see what we can do with this guy. If we get up to him. Yep, you can just buy the spells. Huh. Interesting. I probably should have just clicked on it from before. That would have been easier than asking around. Failing Draw Druids have that part of their starter quest? They do, yeah. They got to go to like the ring or whatever, don't they? I killed a lot of goblins. I did kill a lot of goblins, yeah. But it's more about the it's more about turning in the item, the quest stuff for it. That's another quest that I could walk you all through. That people would hate me for. They would absolutely hate me for it. Is the reason that you want to get Ashira faction. There is a reason. There are a couple reasons, actually. And a lot of people are not talking about it. What's the name of the Ashira faction? It's Binu, B-E-N-U, and then it's got 3 different ones. Binu Lakum, Binu Dai, and Binu Mimza. What's the reason? The reason you want to have a Ashira faction depends on who you are, but there's one of the best rings in the game comes from the Ashira, a quest with the Ashira. Like, literally one of the best rings in the game. If they continue the quest line, it will be the best ring in the game. because it currently already is pretty close to being the best ring in the game. That's if you get the third ring. So the first one sucks. The second one's eh. The third one is really good. If they continue going, then it's going to be the best ring in the game. What about the goblins? Goblins are goblins. Kill them all. No, I don't know. I don't know if you have any faction quests with the goblins. But yes, I get your point. Like, why would anybody side with the? Why would anybody side with the goblins over the Ashira? The thing is, if you kill the Ashira, you have a lot of named and things like items you can go farm in Telekir. Like a ton of stuff you can farm in Telekir. So that's the reason that you don't want to kill the goblin, or yeah. If you side with them to do the ring quest, then you wouldn't want to kill them. So you miss out on all of that stuff. But it is overall best ring in the game. I might do that. I might finish that one actually soon. And I can show it to you guys. Chill on the anti-goblin speak. What? Kill all the goblins. They're evil. And they stink. They're literally, their city in this game is going to be called the Heap. It's basically, they live in a dumpster. Or in a landfill. What Snar the egg collector's floor? No, I don't know. You're a goblin player? Yeah, a buddy of mine's a goblin player. Every time I kill Benu Die, it says my rep with Benu Lacum, Benu Mimza, but my bar isn't moving. Is it a bug? You need a lot of kills to move the bar, but I don't know if it's a bug or not, Quackums. I don't know. The heap of gold and treasure. No, it's a heap of trash. That is your goblins' heap of trash. You call it trash is treasure. Hey, one man's trash is another man's treasure. That's what they say. The dwarves has the treasure the goblins wish they had. Maybe. Okay, our sow is going to run out very soon, but we've gotten a lot of Mage Bloom, so we're going to take this back. This is a ton of Mage Bloom, way more than I needed. But we're going to take this back and craft it up. Make some int potions, because I need my int potions for my wizard. My wizard. And maybe I will get enough alchemy. I need, what, 3 more alchemy? 5 more, maybe? Alchemy, 46. I think I need 6 more points in alchemy to be able to make Speed of the Wild potions. Yeah, well, it's not really impressive. It's a lot of running around like I'm doing right now. It's literally just running around in a circle for hours and hours and hours. Are there healing and mana potions? The short answer is no. But there are like tranquility potions that basically gives you mana regen. But I don't think it stacks with the enchanter regen or the necro regen or the wizard regen. Any of their mana regens. I don't think it stacks with those. So, I mean, it's kind of nice, I guess, but I think they should make alchemy almost like the best, like, or almost required for soloing in the game. Like, make the game so difficult that you really need to have alchemy and all the buffs from alchemy. The best part about alchemy, though, in my opinion, is the stat bonuses. You can get plus 20 to a stat if you get the higher level potions. Like 20 strength, 20 intelligence, 20 to... You can choose one and get plus 20 to that. Like if I'm tanking, I'd probably choose plus 20 to agility. Plan on having cooking provide buffs? Eventually, my understanding is yes, they want to have stat food, but I don't know when they'll do that. I need to level up cooking. I got to figure out a good way to level that up. But it's just not really worth it right now. Like you're fine just buying rations and water, and it works just fine. But having good food that lasts longer and gives you some stats would be really nice. Okay. Let's go get this alchemy. I got to figure out what else I can make. I know I can make the int potions, which is what I've been trying to get just now. I think I can also make stamina potion. I don't know if I have the stuff for stamina potions or not. I'd have to look. Wow, I got 9 arcane fronds out of that. It's kind of nuts. Not that I need arcane fronds anymore. What are the fronds for? They are for disenchanting. So you would get the arcane frond and you disenchant it and you get powder, the dust, like this right here, astral powder, which you use for enchanting. Okay, let's get the other powders that I need. So we're going to need the Mage Bloom, Mage Bloom, Mage Bloom. Probably only going to need 40 of those. Probably not even that much. Let's put that up there, actually. We got 20. So, we need Mage Bloom and Dragon's Vigil. So 24 of that, and we can put the Mage Bloom back over here. 20. Whoops. All right, so that's good for that. Let's go make those, and then we'll see what else we can make. I think I can make stuff like out of the Stranglevine powder. I know I can make stuff out of the Galdivine powder as well. Gadolvine, Stranglevine. But was it Gadolvine with Mage Bloom? Or was it... Man, I don't remember. All right, well, we'll find out. Well, game crashed. There we go. That's fun. Archer's got an AoE skill for targets, but with a 10-second cooldown. What's your thoughts on that? It depends what it does. I don't have any issues on AoE spells, depending on what they do. Oh my gosh. Of course it would put me all the way over here. Why would it not? Multi-shot, damage 4 targets. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I don't have an issue with it. They're not going to be very good at quad kiting with that. No, they're not going to quad kite with it. It's kind of a waste of a skill because they're not going to just use that every 10 seconds. Although they kind of could, if you think about it, because a wizard has like a 3.5, 4, like let's say it's 4-second cast time, and then like a 6-second downtime. That's 10 seconds between casts. So same thing. So they could potentially quad kite the same way that a wizard does. But they don't have to stop moving. So. All right, let's go make these potions. Lots of int potions, I hope. Fingers crossed. Wooden storage crate, 6 gold. Weight is 0.0? The heck? Shouldn't they make those actually weigh something? I feel like they should. Oh, it's Galdivine. And that's Dragon's Vigil. Shoot, I got them backwards. Okay, so I need to get the Galdivine, and then I need the Stamina. Dragon's Vigil. Okay, that's fine. Let's go get... Let's go out here. I need the Galdivine. Dagnabbit. Well, here, let's do it this way, because this is probably going to put me back at the zone in anyway. Yeah, if you want to get in, you have to get accepted into the beta or get a friend key from somebody, yes. One of those two things. No worries. I should just buy a house and put all my stuff in it. Mage Bloom, Galdivine, Stranglevine. Okay. I think we can do something with Stranglevine as well. Of course, back at Shaded Dunes. Because why not? Why not put me back at Shaded Dunes? What are we going to do? Oh, there's a potion thing right there. We could make potions. I'm going to use that. Oh, shoot. I got to go buy the tempered vials, though. So I do have to run over there. Did they ever fix the... shade shrooms and stuff? Did they ever fix those? What were the other ones? The moss? I don't think those are fixed. Which should be like a 2-second fix. Any suggested where to go for coal mining? Yeah, you're going to have to get higher level for coal mining. You can do it in Fallen Pass and in Vale of Zintar. Are the two places I know of. Was it tempered that I need? It is tempered, okay. Okay, and then stamina, we need Stygian Moss and the Dragon's Vigil. Okay. What is this? Mage Bloom and Phoenix Flower. Where do I find Phoenix Flower from? I don't know of a good spot for that. And somebody lied about the Speed of the Wild potion and the when you can start making those, because I still can't make those. Someone told me it was around 150 you can start. That is not true. Must be around like 175 to start. Really freaking high. Like crazy high. You're at 200. I think it's trivial at 220 or 225. But let's give these over here for the wizard. Okay, so Dragon's Vigil, we have 24. Gal Divine can go back over here. What did I need? It was a Dragon's. It's 24 of those. And 23 of the Stranglevine. I think I need Stygian Moss. I want to check the wiki this morning. It said 220. Yeah, it's probably the trivial of it is 220. Which, to be honest, you don't really want to try to make it until it's trivial, because the amount of resources it takes, it's ridiculous. Absolutely crazy. So it's 23 and 24 of Stranglevine and whatever the other one was, right? So if we want to go with stamina, it's Dragon's Vigil, Stygian Moss. The Stranglevine was for that one. So we don't need any more Stranglevine. It doesn't look like any more. So we just need to get the Stygian Moss. We need 24 of those. And then we can make the stamina potions. The Speed of the Wild potion gives you Speed of the Wild for an hour. Well, it gives you like a Tindra's Blessing or whatever. It's the same thing. It's a run speed buff for an hour. It is. It's 10 charges for one potion, yes. So technically it does last for 10 hours. But you don't really want to fail on it because of the amount of materials that it takes. It takes a lot of materials. What are the most high value potions craftable right now? That's tough to say. Not many people are actually buying and selling and trading potions. You don't see it happen very often because it's very tedious to do. But I would say the Speed of the Wild potions are very high value. The specific stat potions, you get like plus 20 to a single stat, pretty high value. And then there is a potion that gives you mana reduction. Like a percentage mana reduction. Those are pretty high value as well. Plus agility matter for tanking? Yes. Agility is very, very, very good for tanking right now. Very good. There are DPS or damage shield potions, yes. They're not super strong, but they do have them. But yeah, like 20 agility is really good for tanking. It's a lot of extra agility. I would probably use the 20 agility if I was tanking. Like I would make those potions. On the PvP server, the run speed ones sell for 4 gold each. From one seller. That's actually pretty cheap. 4 gold? That's really cheap. I think on this server, they're like 10 gold. They've got invis. Yeah, there's invis potions. Population is very poor on PvP. Well, you know, it's a PvP server. It's gonna be like that. You know what? We're just gonna fall down here. Oh, yeah, they still haven't fixed the Stygian moss. Look at that. Shocked. Color me shocked. I mean, it seems like such an easy fix, too. Just make it stackable. It's got to be just a toggle. Okay, where did we drop down here? It doesn't stack? No, it does not stack. Stygian moss does not stack, and the powders that you make out of it do not stack. Kind of silly. And it's been like that for a while. And yes, I have bug reported it. And so have other people. It is kind of ridiculous. Only things I bug reported got fixed pretty quick. Let me hop on and report it. There you go. Yeah, try it. Everyone should report it. I don't understand why things like that like stay bugged for as long as they have. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, that goes back outside. So let's go back this way. To me, that's another one of those internal testing blunders, right? Somebody put in Stygian moss. Did they actually go try to harvest it? Did they just create a character and try to harvest it? It seems like a pretty simple thing to do. Stygian moss and shade shroom. I don't know about shade shroom. I know that shade shroom is in the game, but I don't know if it stacks or not. I have not tried. Stygian moss definitely does not. Still. It could be intentional. Nah. It's not intentional. Stygian moss not stacking could be intentional. The powder not stacking, once you craft it down, there's no way that's intentional. No other alchemy component that turns into a powder doesn't stack. It's literally the only one. So if that's intentional, that's just dumb. It's just stupid. And they should change it. Like, there's absolutely no reason why the powder should not stack. What do we have? 6, 7, 8, 9 so far? And I need like 20 something. That's 13. Okay, from here we can go two ways. We can go this way to that. We can go this way. We need to go this way first, I think. Check these. So check there, check there. Fall down. Check this hallway. I'm going to go back up. I think that's the best route for these. And then this way? Yeah, this way. Check this room for that. Go up here. And then I want to say we just need to go left. Because coming up... Actually, wait. What is left? We might need to check left and then go back up to the right. I think this is the same room. If we go left or right back there, I think it comes to the same room. Just a top side or bottom side. Okay, so that's 12, 13, 14, 15. Hunting for herbs is fun. Am I going the right way? There's a way to go. I don't know if it was the right way. So that's 20. I think I needed, what, 24? Can't remember if it was 23 or 24. Oh my goodness. I just need a few more. I always forget which way to go here. I think I just need to stay right when I'm going in these tunnels. Just always stay right. That's 23. We'll get one more and then head out. Oh my gosh. Okay, the best way out of here is the top side. So let's go this way. Get the heck out of here. Oh, some spawns over here too. I didn't know that. Might as well grab it on the way out. What is my herbalism at? I don't even know what else to do next. Herbalism's at 200 and it's trivial for everything that I'm doing. I think I need to do Phoenix flower or whatever. I don't know where that spawns. Do, 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 do. I really hope I can start making some new potions soon. The ones that I was making before are getting kind of old. I need something new to move up to, you know? Okay, let's go get those items. I think that was the Dragon's Vigil that I needed. Stranglevine, Stranglevine, Dragon's Vigil, and Dragon's Vigil. So we got 24. Craft them all. All right, what's Potion of the Grave Walker? Shroud yourself in darkness, Serenius. What? It's IVU? I didn't know you can make an IVU potion. Nomad's Grace, Nomad's Grace, Nomad's Grace, and a zombie skin. That's super cheap, actually. Holy moly. I need some zombie skins. I've got a ton of Nomad's Grace. Carrion Beetle and Stygian Moss. Where do you get it? Where's Carrion Beetles at? Witherweed, Phoenix Flower, and Witherweed. I got to figure out where to get Witherweed and Phoenix Flower. I need zombie skins as well. Zombie skins. Tough, tough, tough. Okay, so that's going to be completely full. Let's just put. All right, we got to figure out. We got to inventory and management here. Do some inventory management. Oh, geez. Can I get... I need to res my body there, but I guess I'll do it later. The having invis potions is nice though too. You think they will ever add a loot all button? I don't know. I don't know. They might, but I don't know. They seem to be kind of against it for some reason. They want you invested? Yeah, I mean, they do. I don't know how a loot all button would take away from that, but I don't know. The whole thing. Okay, let's put all these potions, let's put them over here. Lots of potions for the time being. Okay. Having an option where if you solo it shows up, then when in group it's disabled to stop people from loot gobbling. I mean, yeah, I don't know. They don't need to add all that kind of stuff. Like, that's just a lot of weird features to be adding, and there's no real reason for it. There's a lot of other things they should be working on outside of that. All right, this is caster only, so put that over here. Caster only, and then a shield. We'll put that with the plate. Add pet to collect loot for you. You always like that? Yeah, they could. You don't know how many times I've hit link all. Yeah, I get it. I definitely get it. Nope. Somebody got killed by a banker. All right, Nomad's Grace. I have so stinking much Nomad's Grace that I could level up a bunch if I can find zombie skins. I can just find some zombie skins somewhere, like a bunch of them. I'm sure some vendor probably has a ton of them. Oh, yeah, I'm back in Sungreet Strand. What was it? I need a witherweed. I think it was 2 of those. That was for the agility or dex? I think that was agility potion. This reminds you of lineage, zombie skin. Oh yeah, I mean it's very much like an old school MMO. I mean it's very much like that. Any of those old school, just pick which one you want it to be like, and you'll find similarities. You'll find lots of similarities. Okay, so right now what I need is Last Breath, Int Tongue. I don't know where those are from. Mage Bloom and Phoenix Flower. Those are pretty easy. Agility is Witherweed and Phoenix Flower. I don't know where the Phoenix Flower is. Stone Skin. If we could find these carrion beetles. That would be huge. I just gotta think of where carrion beetles are. Are those gonna be the ones in Vale of Zintar? Or are those just the ones in Sungreet? Alright, Witherweed and Phoenix Flower. I'll find them somewhere. Somewhere. All right. Well, I don't know what else I'm going to do today. I think I'm going to take a break for a bit. Think of what I want to do. I might go grab something to eat. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable right now too, so I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. But anyway, I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern. I'm going to try to make a couple of videos for some things soon. Like enchanting and the ring quest and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to try to make those pretty soon here. But it's been fun chatting and streaming today. Hopefully I'll be back on tomorrow morning to do some more stuff. But for now, I'm going to say farewell. And I'll be back tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. See you next time. Bye.